and Laird and Garrus. Echo, echo, echo. Is it still echoing? What could that possibly be? Hold on. It's not echoing to you? So, Rippins, maybe you have it open twice? Yeah, I don't think it's on my end. I don't see anything on my end that would cause me to echo. Okay. So, Rippins, double check your... You might have it open twice in 2 different browsers. So, yeah, good evening. This is like 2 days in a row. And after a full day of Catspur's stream, which was amazing. Catspur is a trooper. She streamed like all day today. So let's see. I'm going to start off by fueling these back up because actually I don't know. They still say they're going to burn for a long time. I did fuel them maybe, I want to say an hour and 40 minutes ago. I'm going to just fuel them again, just in case. And these things have been burning all day. That's 4. I need to count in my head. 5, so I don't mess up. The stills are numbered. 1 through 15. I am currently about to place... Oh gosh. 8. I'm currently about to place a 16th one, and we'll see how that works. 11, 12, 13. And if you didn't see yesterday, I showed this on stream. This is my new still setup. Hey Dutchman, glad you saw your message from Wurm. Always missed your live videos. Well, I'm glad that you saw that, and glad that you were able to make it. Yeah, so I can't take full credit for this setup. I was mentioning that I wanted to sort of like fill this room with stills, and somebody in the audience of one of the shows said, well, Gaffer Boffin on his stream showed his still setup, and it was like, I mean, the person in chat essentially described this. You know, all the central part of the stills were in the same spot, and the boilers were rotated around the outside. I used the new place feature, so like if you place an item, right, like you have freeform place for it, but if you hold Control, it actually snaps it to a grid, right? And if you hold Alt, there's actually a different grid that you can snap to, like a larger grid, because you can have fine-tuning snaps or larger grain snaps. And so all I did was I just snapped all of them to the same exact spot and then rotated them. There's 16 orientations for the rotation. And yeah, this is what I end up with. And it looks really cool. I really like it. Now, I was originally under the impression that I could only fit 15 stills because there's a decoration limit. That you can only fit 15 decorational items on one tile. And, you know, if I go to try to drop this small barrel here, I'm going to get this message saying that place is too littered. But yesterday night, somebody mentioned you can still squeeze it on there if you use the place feature. So if I drop and place, I'm actually able to drop an additional item on this tile, even though it surpasses the decoration limit. So, with that said, I'm going to come over here, and yeah, I know, there's a lot of drink. I imped another still. Oh, this is going to be slow going. Hold on. Let's just do a drop and pick sort of system here. I made another still. We're going to try to get it in here. Drop and... Oh, can I pick it from here? Nope, it's on the other side of the wall. Okay. Alright, here's good enough. Okay, so then it'll be a good opportunity to show you how I did this. I'm going to rename this to 16. And let's see. Drop place. And I'm going to hold, I think it's Control. And it's a little bit finicky. Got to get the right angle. Maybe it's this. It's controlled. I'm holding Alt. I'm saying control, but I'm holding Alt. There's like a point in here that it'll snap to the center. If I can just get it to the right spot. Maybe it is Alt. Maybe it is Alt. Alt is the finer grain one. No, Alt is the bigger one. Control is the smaller one. So control should work here. I don't know how I was standing before so that I could get it right on that one spot there. But it'll go eventually. The other ones didn't take this much finicking. Oh. Almost had it. Like I need to be able to see the ground beneath them. Curious. I can get it to that snap point right there, but I want one over. There's just too many stills here. Okay, it's got to be right here or something. Yeah, let's try it from the other one. Let's see what else you guys are saying before I kill myself trying to get this down. You may or may not steal that idea. It looks very nice. And yes, the control placing is very nice if you want to make stuff symmetric. Yep, totally. And you feel free to steal this idea. It is a very nice setup. And Laird, this might be a big ask, but could you please take some time and explain Circle of Cunning versus Blessing of the Dark, please, when it comes to skilling? You just rejoined again and you're trying to understand what to buy for skilling. Pretty low skills just now. I'm in the market looking at stuff and I don't want to waste silver if I can. I totally would be willing to do that. Absolutely. Let me just place this down and then we'll chat about skilling and Circle of Cunning and Blessing of the Dark. It's got to be right in here somewhere. There it is. Oh, I got it. Okay. So I got to be like right between the two things here, and then I'm gonna, you see how I'm rotating it and that green thing is rotating around? I'm gonna get it right into that spot and place, and let's see, did it end up in that spot? Yes, 16 stills. All right, let's get some vodka in there. Is it this one? Undistilled vodka? Oh, there's not very much left in there. I'm going to have to unseal another barrel. Also, you want to build this now? Yes, and we're going to spend some time imping these up, because I did initially get them up to 60, and then I realized like they don't burn for that long. Like maybe I want to say they burn for under 2 hours, and I want to increase the burn length of them. However, there's only a couple ways of doing that. So one of them is to imp them. Another one is to get them all, what do you call it? Ruined. There's a ruin that will increase their burn time. Oh, I'm getting a whole bunch of messages here. Let me just read this. Yeah, I was really surprised. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna read through this myself here. Yeah. I don't know if you guys caught Wurm's cat's purse stream earlier. I'm just gonna let her know. By the way, I'm streaming now. Okay, and she'll probably pop in any second. But yeah, her stream was epic. It was long, and it was like a Wurm stream on the key. Like very rarely do you see cats working on the deed on her streams. It's very nice to see. It's a lot of fun to watch. Yeah. Now, this setup, if you're gonna spend some time making this, just know going into it that it's not an easy thing to do. It takes quite a bit of effort, and I would highly recommend that you have a high blacksmithing to begin. and that you have access to a lot of copper, like a lot. Each still takes 42 kilograms of copper just to create it. And then on top of that, each one requires 25 rivets to be added in, along with a whole bunch of other stuff. So they're a pain to make. And then once they're made, you kind of want to imp them up a little bit. So you should have some skill to imp them. I would probably recommend like aim for 50 to start and then move up from there. But yeah, let's see what we've been doing. Like all day, I've been having these things burn. I'm gonna have to light that last one. Well, let's do that because then it'll keep it up with all the other ones. Hey, Casper, what's going on? Man, your stream was epic today. I must say, I was just saying to chat that your stream was super, super epic. What? Oh, it's already lit. Okay, so I just need to fuel it. Right. Burn. Yeah, so much fun. Yeah, totally. I know you were saying that you wanted to do those streams like maybe once a month or something like that. I almost think like once every, or you were saying once every few months? I was thinking like once a month or something like that because I really feel like there's something to that type of stream where you're talking about the kingdom, you're talking about like the projects that you're working on in the game, and then you're working on them. I don't know, there's something that's fun. Yeah, it was good. It was awesome. I really enjoyed it a lot. I wasn't able to catch the whole thing. There were times where I had to help out with the kids. I'm still on my own, so it's like me and the kids. Maybe monthly, yeah. All right, so we got a lot of alcohol today. We had these burning all day since I woke up, and probably 12 hours or so. And this is what we got, 5 kilograms each still for 12 hours of burn or so. So it's slow going. The amount of alcohol that comes out of these things is rather small for the time that you burn. You gotta be on them, and they only burn for a couple hours at a time, and then you gotta sort of like be there to fuel them again, or else you have to what is it? You'll have to use a whole bunch of kindling to start them up again, right? And it's 15 kindling. Now it's going to be 16 kindling all in one shot. If you know what I mean. So you got to keep up with the making of the kindling. It's a big job. But yeah, super rewarding in the end. I'm finding a lot of fulfillment out of experimenting with this and getting it to work. And then the alcohol coming out at the other end is really nice. All right. We talked about Vanguard. Yeah, I heard of Vanguard. And Retro Veyran, how's it going? What did I miss? You missed the emote. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Veyran saying, "What did I miss?" And Casper is saying, "Veyran, you missed the most important thing. We talked about Vanguard." And he's like, "Oh, man, missed it again." Yep. Yes. Veyran knows. And if you don't know, Veyran's my brother. And is the other half of the factional fight. Oh my god, you're still awake? I know. Katz is a trooper. Yes, that is true. The Magredon Priest will be able to cast Magredon's Fire spell on your stills. I do not have a mag, but yes, that would be very handy if I did. It is one of those things that I might end up working on at some point, eventually. Okay, so this is my 16th still. I'm going to place it right here. And empty the other ones. There we go. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to imp all of them up to 70. Oh, the moonshine barrel's full. Okay. Oh, I see. I already put the leftover here. Got it. All right. Vodka. The vodka barrel's almost full. That's my second vodka barrel. All right. Now, I was told earlier today, and don't worry, Laird, I'm going to get to the COC VOTD discussion in just a second. But I was told earlier today about aging of alcohol, and it was like somebody had mentioned that you need to put on a wood scrap to seal the barrel. Now, is that like something that you guys can confirm for me? Oh yeah, no worries, cats. it's for all for cats. Well, my hope is to have at one point or another a cellar just filled with all the types of alcohol and just tons of it. Just tons of it. Okay, so validate, you're saying wood scrap or peg? But like somebody was saying if you seal it with a peg it won't age. And that in order for it to age you need a wood scrap. Now I'm not sure how true that is. I don't know. I might do an experiment. I just realized. The other thing is that on the wiki it even says that oak has some benefit for aging. So I'm going to put all the finished product in the oak barrels. That's already in an oak barrel. And that's in a cedar barrel. Okay. And then I'm going to rename that so that I don't get confused. So this is moonshine. Oh, I'm too far away. Moonshine. This one here is vodka. And this one here is whiskey. Okay, and that one is full. Oh, okay, this whiskey is not full, so I was pouring the rest into here, but I can fill this one up. Oh, and it's just not. I only need like 0.28, so let me see. Is there enough here? There's only like 0.9 here. Is there more vodka? No. Okay, I might have to just wait a little bit more for that to fill that. Oh wait, why do I have more? Oh, I see. I filled up this barrel and I filled up this barrel. I see now. Okay, and the moonshine's full and the vodka's full. Yes, okay. So then I'm gonna move these barrels over to here and I'm gonna just move the cedar barrels here. Okay, good. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. So, right, wood scrap. Wood scrap for wine for sure in the first week. Okay, you prefer wood scrap on aging wine, but wort-based items will take any type of wood scrap. Okay. Now this is just for the aging. I'm not talking about the fermenting part. Like once it's already finished. Like, because I know like there's that part where you're creating the fermenting and you need like a particular kind of wood scrap for a particular type of, for example, wort-based item. But then once it's completed and once it's like finished, and then I want it to just sit on the shelf in the cellar, in the mine, let's say, and I want its quality to go up. Okay, you guys are saying wood scrap. Usually use oak wood scrap, the vooch. Yeah, it's the wood scrap is the aging process. Okay, so, and I don't know if it matters which kind of wood scrap. I have a whole bunch of these types of wood scraps. I probably can make any type of wood scrap because we have a whole bunch of different types of wood. But for now, I'm gonna use the pine wood for now. If it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. But we'll find out if it matters over time, I'm sure. So let me just take a bunch of these and I'm gonna seal these, the ones that are full. Why can't I seal it? Do I have to have it in my inventory? Do I place it down on the ground? Whoop! I drank something. I drank some of the vodka, is what happened. Okay, that was weird. I don't want to drink the vodka, I want to seal it. What am I doing wrong? Yes, cats. So after something's fermented, use no drinking on the job. I know. Honestly, I didn't mean to. That's not good because I'm about to improve stuff and I don't want things to be more difficult than they need to be. How do I know how drunk I am? You love this. It's so involved. I kind of hope that different wood would change the flavor quality. Yeah, that's in the fermenting process. The type of wood scrap does matter for what outcome you're going to get. But I don't know, like... Yeah. People keep saying seal it with a wood scrap, but I don't see the option to seal it with the wood scrap. Hmm. I'm not sure what the solution is here. I see the drink option. That's probably what I ended up accidentally clicking. Any alcohol people out there who know the answer to this question? Does the wood scrap need to be a particular quality, maybe? Or maybe pine wood scrap just doesn't work? Maybe it needs to be a particular kind of wood scrap? Let's try the linden wood. I don't know. I thought it was weird to seal the barrel with a wood scrap, to be honest. I know that pegs work. Since you have vodka already, that means it already finished to seal it with a peg. Yeah. See, that's what I was doing before, and people were saying, don't seal it with a peg. It won't age then. I was like, okay, maybe I do need a wood scrap. Oh, actually, I think I have pegs in here. I agree. I kind of feel like sealing with a peg is fine, and that's how you age it. And I will do that. See, seal is there. Okay, and I'm gonna put the finished ones on that. Whoops, on that one. Why aren't you going in there? It will not fit. Is that because there's too many? Yes, there's already too many. Okay, so I suppose I'm gonna have to move some over like this. There we go. And let's seal the ones that are full. Okay, the moonshine's full. And at some point I'm gonna move it all down into the mine. And this whiskey's full. Put the full ones over here. And later, like I want to make a proper place for them. For now, they just sit right here. And this one is almost full. Right. Okay, so I think everything's all fueled. Everything's all good to go. I'm going to go over to my forge to grab the copper lump. I'm going to eat some food. Let me just grab the blacksmithing food for a second. And eat this one. And I'm going to grab the rest of this copper and just combine this all. One big lump of copper. Give me 1 second. Excuse me, one second. I am so sorry about that. My kids were sleeping, and then they weren't. In fact, they actually weren't sleeping. They were just pretending to. And now they're causing mischief. They're going back to bed. What's the 76W on the copper? Yes. So the 76W is the Wind of Ages. So yes, you can enchant any item. And Wind of Ages is a spell that will make the action that you would use this item for go faster. So normally an imping action would take 12 seconds on the first, like with a full stamina bar. But with this lump, because it's 78 Wind of Ages, let me see if I can find one that's, I need a lump. Pelt, lump. Okay, so this one's a lump. Okay, so if I use the lump on this one with the Wind of Ages, it only takes 7.2 seconds. Okay, so Wind of Ages makes things go faster. Now, faster isn't always better. Obviously, if you want to get the job done faster, then Wind of Ages is your friend. But there's like a weird thing in this game, and this relates to what you were asking, Laird, before. Which is the amount of skill that you get from an action is proportional to the length of the action timer. So that is to say, if something takes twice as long to complete the action timer, you will get exactly twice as much skill when you get a skill tick. Okay, so when you're skilling, people will say it's best to just have a long action timer because that will give you the biggest skill tick. But if you think about it, it's actually not faster skill, right? Like, let's say you get one skill for 10 seconds and 2 skill for 20 seconds. Well, you can just do 2 10-second actions and get 2 skill. Like, it's the same amount of skill per time spent overall. So Wind of Ages, some people will say, doesn't really affect skill gain per hour in the long run. So it will depend on what you're doing. I would highly recommend, if you're really skilling something, to not have Wind of Ages on it for most things. And the reason is because most things are limited, have a limited number of actions available. Like, for example, let's suppose I'm imping these stills. Okay, so these stills, each imp will take 0.5 of my copper. And I only have so much 90 quality copper. Like, my 90 quality copper is limited. And if I want to make this 90 quality copper last the longest, I would want to have long action timers if that's what I was using to skill up. Luckily today, I'm not using this to skill up. The purpose of doing this today is to just improve these skills as best as I possibly can. Right, so this brings us to the Circle of Cunning discussion. To validate, you're saying found on the forums for you if it helps. Whole paste and copy, okay. Effects, the unusual wood scrap types from archaeology have on wart, affinity from each kind of wood scrap minus the known fruit wood scrap, blah, blah, blah. Yes, yes. So you can make malt vinegar using the fruit wood scraps. Effects of a rare small wine barrel on the fermenting process and end affinity match to other... Okay, so it's the wood scrap is really only for the fermenting process. That's what it seems... That's what I'm, like, feeling is the answer. I'll have to verify this. Okay, so even for imping, I hear you have low quality, high COC for mining and other gathering. Yes. Okay, so this is good advice. Now, it really depends on what your skill is, how high your skill is. The quote-unquote low quality, high Circle of Cunning is really good when your skill is, like, decent. When your skill is low, it doesn't matter too much what you're using to skill up. Just Circle of Cunning is... so Circle of Cunning is a spell that essentially takes whatever skill tick that you would have gotten and it multiplies it by a value, depending on what the cast is. So I'm pretty sure it's a straight multiplication. For example, let's suppose I have, let me see if I can find one of my skills. So this pickaxe here, 97 Circle of Cunning. I have it labeled as 98, but it's decayed a little bit, so let's rename that. It's 97 Circle of Cunning. So whatever my skill would have been, this pickaxe will multiply that skill tick by 1.17. Sorry, 1.97. Right, yeah, 1.97. It'll almost double my skill. Okay, now the one thing that you need to know about skill gain in Wurm is that it's not about how much skill you're getting each tick, but rather it's more about how many ticks you're getting. Like, what is the frequency of ticks? Okay, like you'll notice if you're mining, sometimes you'll get a skill tick in the action, and sometimes you will not, right? And what you're aiming for is approximately half the times that you're mining that you get a skill tick. This gets really complicated, but I'll explain it all. It'll just take me a little bit of time. So I'm going to take a break from explaining that just for a second because I want to start up the imping of this. I've already gotten the first one to 70 and also number 16 to 70. You can see the quality on that tooltip there. And then I was working on still number 2, which got to 69, and I'm about to get to 70. Now the way I'm going to be imping is using a macro. Now, I know you might be thinking, with macros, like macros aren't allowed in Wurm, and that is true. Most macros are not allowed. However, there is one macro that is allowed by the rules, and that is one that sends multiple actions simultaneously with no delay and no repetition on the macro. Okay, so I'm going to show you what my macro looks like. If you're going to use something like this, just be very, very careful, because if you do it wrong, they can ban you for macroing if you do it against the rules. Okay, so I'm going to show you what my macro looks like for my improving. It looks like this. I had to uncheck the standard delays because it's against the rules to use any macro that involves delays, so I have it unchecked. Normally this software would show the delays between each action. So each one of these red squares represents an action. The one with the down arrow means I'm going to press 1 down. And then the one with the up arrow means I'm releasing 1. And then I'm going to press G. And then I'm going to release G. And I'm going to press 2 and then release 2. And so I'm going to assign this macro to a button on my mouse. So when I press that button on the mouse, then what's going to happen is it will automatically send these keystrokes to my computer, essentially, all in one shot. I'll show you what it looks like when I press the button in the text here. If I press that button, that's what I get. It'll just type out 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. Now, G is my hotkey for improve. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like if I press 1, you'll see it activates. Hold on. Let's make this bigger. Okay, here's my tool belt. When I press 1, it activates my hammer. So what it's going to do is it's going to activate my hammer, then try to improve with it. Then it's going to activate the whetstone and going to try to improve with it. Then the pelt, then the water, then the copper. And all I need to do is hover my mouse over the thing I want to improve and hit the button. And it will start improving it using the tool that it called for. Okay, so I'm going to just be doing that. Now, one last thing that you need to know about this if you're going to try it out is... okay, I'm going to repeat. No delays between any of the sending of the commands. No repetition. So you can't tell it to just repeat this over and over again. It's like you have to be the one pressing the button for it to be simultaneously sending all the commands. And one last thing is that it cannot contain more actions than fills your queue. Okay, so that macro had 5 actions, and I have 5... Like it had 5 improving actions, and I have 5 queue actions. Okay, so if I didn't have 5, I wouldn't be able to use this macro. I'd have to scale it down. And once I get 6, I'm going to tack on a repair action at the end. But right now I'm going to have to manually repair. Okay, so that's all my disclaimer about this macro. Use it at your own discretion. Oh, I just realized I'm going to run out of water. Okay, I'm going to have to fix that. Okay, so now for imping, I'm going to just talk a little bit about skilling up imping. If you want to skill up an imping skill, like blacksmithing or carpentry or something like that, it's always best to have the highest quality tools you can get your hands on. Okay, the highest quality tools. Okay, it's not the same as gathering. So for imping, you want high quality tools. All of the tools should have COC on them. Okay, Circle of Cunning is going to do nothing but increase the amount of skill you get every time that you get skill. Okay? And the way that you're going to get skill is just imp stuff. Okay, imp it is often. Now, Wind of Ages is optional. If you want the imping to go faster, not the skilling, but the imping to go faster, then use Wind of Ages. Otherwise, you don't have to. It's optional. Okay, so I got that one to 73. So I'll move on to the next one. Okay, and then after that, it's just imp stuff. Imp stuff till you're, you know, there's multiple ways of imping stuff, but I find that there's no one way that's going to be much better than another. And if you saw my stream from yesterday, you'll know that we were testing out the sweet spot imping, which everybody keeps saying it's double the amount of skill. Okay, it's not. Based on my tests so far, I've never seen it produce double the amount of skill, and I've tested it multiple times. And yesterday was my latest best test, the one that I felt like I was prepared for it. I had prepared everything perfectly for it. And yet it gave me at most, like a 20% increase on the skill, not a double. And it wasn't worth it because it meant that I had to be focused. I couldn't like queue up a whole bunch of actions and then alt tab away. I had to be like on it. And so I don't know if that's worth the trade-off. Hey, Parser. Thank you. I really like this, and I can't take full credit for it because I got this idea from Gaffer, who got it from somebody else, who was named Cleric Gunham, and we don't know who he got it from. But yeah, I really like it, so I kind of stole the idea. I mean, otherwise it would just been stills like lined up, but this looks really cool. I really like how it looks. Okay, so the skill gain affected by speed in imping. If not, I'm assuming BOTD is good for that. Yes. Yeah. So if you want to get Blessing of the Dark imping tools, that would be just fine for skilling up your like an improving skill. Some people like having just Circle of Cunning and doing long action timers. It's not going to increase the rate at which you gain skill, but it's going to make your queue take so much longer. And that way, you can just queue up actions, alt-tab away, and watch your YouTube, or alt-tab to another character, and play for longer periods of time before you have to come back to queue up another set of actions. And you won't lose any skill for time invested if you just have Circle of Cunning and do long action timers. Some people just want to improve stuff faster, and they don't mind having to come back, you know, and queue up again. There's some people who like imping just like one action at a time, or maybe two actions at a time. It's all personal preference when it comes to improving. The best strategy is just to have the highest quality tools you can get for that skill, and then just imp as much stuff as you possibly can. Sleep bonus on with the affinity food going. These are the types of things that will optimize everything, basically. Like, even what I'm doing now is giving me skill, right? Like, and this is not bad skill for this skill level. And if I turned on sleep bonus, I'd be getting 0.001, which is actually pretty good at 90 skill. 0.001 per action, per tick. Okay, what's important about skilling is not so much the size of the ticks, especially with imping. Like, you can't really affect the size of the imps all that much, aside from making the timer take longer, which I don't know. Think about it though. Like, longer timers with bigger skill ticks, or shorter timers with smaller skill ticks, are equivalent for skilling. Right? Both give the same amount of skill over time, because maybe you can get 2 shorter actions in the same amount of time as you can do 1 long action. The 1 long action might give double the skill as the 2 shorter ones, but the 2 shorter ones have a chance of giving you 2 skill ticks. In the end, the long one might not even give you 1. So, like, it's all ends up being a wash when it comes to this discussion of long action timers or short action timers. Like, some of the best skillers in the game, like the people who skill the best, just do it with fast actions. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, speed is like quality of life, but not, there's certain situations in which, especially in the case where there's limited resources, where you'd want not to have the speed. And then other cases where long action timers is actually quality of life, because it means that you can queue up 5 actions, let's say, and alt tab for a really long time before having to come back. And some people might call that a quality of life. So it really comes down to preference, how you play, how you like to play. You don't need to stress about the length of your action timer. Okay, what you need to stress about when you're skilling is the frequency of the ticks. Okay, so if you're looking down at your skill tab, by the way, you should always have your skill tab set. Let's look at the settings so that you can see every single skill tick. If you're trying to optimize for things, if you're trying to do the best that you can, it's probably in this tab. It must be in this tab, but I don't see it. It must be in the launcher. Yeah, it's not in any of these. Maybe it's UI? No. It must be in the launcher settings. There's a option. I would have thought that it was here. That makes it so that it shows every single skill, no matter how small it is. Right? Like, by default, it's set so that it'll only show a skill tick when you skill up by 1. It's in the UI skill tab. Thanks. Oh, here it is. Yeah, skill tab updates. Have this set to always. That way, no matter how small the skill tick is, like this 0.0000038 skill still shows up. Okay, and that way you can track the frequency of your ticks, like how often you're getting them. Okay, so like as I'm looking at this thing, I'm just looking for blacksmithing, let's say. If I see blacksmithing show up often, then I'm feeling good about that. Okay, even though my skill ticks are shorter, that just means the size of the tick's going to be slightly smaller, but I'm going to get more ticks in the same amount of time, so it'll be a wash that way. So just look for the frequency of the ticks. You really want to have at least half of your actions giving you skill ticks. If less than half are giving you skill ticks, you are not in the optimal range, and you'll have to do something to affect that. Okay, now I'm just going to say a few words about gathering skills, such as mining, woodcutting, even things like forestry and those things where you do an action and it gives you an item in your inventory, or it puts an item on the ground, like digging is another one. So if you're doing one of those skills, and if you don't want to really think about it too much, then I would recommend starting out with like maybe a 20 to 30 quality tool. This is like starting from from the beginning. I'd even go as far as saying the Newbie pickaxe for a new player who doesn't have access to Circle of Cunning tools is perfectly fine for skilling up to get you to like 10 or 20 skill. At some point or another, though, and you'll be at Laird's point where he's interested in getting a Circle of Cunning tool and investing some money, at which point you might want to invest in something that has the highest Circle of Cunning you can get, and the quality, probably around 20 is a good place to start. This is for if your skill is low. Okay, so once your skill gets like past a certain point, like about 50 or 60 or possibly even 70, like once you're up there and you're trying to push it farther, that's where like you have to start really fine-tuning things depending on the situation. Like I'll give the example of mining. I'll stick with that because I know I'm much more knowledgeable in mining than woodcutting. Oh, I'm imping at 75. Let's move on to the next still. Let's make sure that didn't get damaged. Okay. So if you're mining and you're starting from the beginning, the first thing you want to do is just mine as much stone as you possibly can. Don't do any of the veins. Just stick with stone or rock. Just cave. Just mine the tunnel opening. Use a 20-ish quality pickaxe with highest COC that you can get, and just mine. In fact, that pickaxe could even be as high as 40 or something like that. You'll still get good skill gain. And just now, there's the same thing applies with Blessing of the Dark. So, or Wind of Ages. If you have Wind of Ages and Circle of Cunning, or you do Blessing of the Dark, which essentially is one spell that does both, like it's equivalent to both Wind of Ages and Circle of Cunning. All that's going to do is make you mine faster, which means you're going to need to mine twice as much possibly to get the same amount of skill, but you'll be able to do it in half the time, so or the same amount in half the time. So let's say 2 people go to tunnel straight ahead, and one of them has Blessing of the Dark, one of them just Circle of Cunning. Well, the person with Blessing of the Dark is going to get twice as far in the same amount of time, but both are going to get the same amount of skill. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's sort of how it works in this game. That is as long as everything else is equal. So both people have the same skill, both pickaxes have the same quality, and both people are mining on the same thing. Okay? So once again in that situation, having Blessing of the Dark just means you're going to go faster. So if it's a matter of like doing projects around, you want to just do as much project as you can and get through at the same time as getting skill, then do Blessing of the Dark. But you can also see how, let's say you only want to mine out your deed space underneath, because any tunnel that you mine off your deed is vulnerable to people coming and griefing you. So your deed only has a limited number of tiles, right? And so the person who uses Blessing of the Dark will get through the same tiles in half the time and then be done and not have anything left to skill on. Whereas the person with Circle of Cunning will finish those tiles in twice the amount of time, let's say, getting twice the amount of skill on the same amount of tiles. Okay, so when it comes to limited resources, if you only have a certain number of tiles to work with, then it's best to do it with just Circle of Cunning. Okay, so like here's a prime example. We discovered 2 silver veins over on the Kingdom deed. 2 of them, and that's the only silver veins we have in the area. And silver is really good for my sort of like, that's the thing I need to skill up on. Starting around 80 or 85, I was like on silver. And there was 2 silver veins over there. Once those silver veins are gone, they're gone. And I'm going to have to go find more silver veins. So I plopped myself down in front of those silver veins. And I just went to town using this pickaxe here. No Wind of Ages. Because if I used Wind of Ages, sure, the silver veins would be gone in half the time. But I would have also only gotten half the skill from those silver veins. Okay, so when the resource is limited, even if there's thousands of actions in the vein, it's still limited in the sense that at one point that silver vein is going to be gone, and I will have to go and search for more silver, which is a time sink. So I'd rather go slower, getting the same amount of skill, so that the silver vein lasts much, much longer, and therefore I can gain much more skill on that same silver vein. Okay, so for mining, if you're doing some like you want to get your mining up to in the 90s, I highly recommend low quality circle of cunning only pickaxe. Oh, Nin is the person to talk to. Nin is a skill grinding maniac. So let's see what you're saying here, Nin. All things being equal, you need to be more on top of things to gain as much skill with WA and BOTD. Since if you're tabbing AFK, you're going to burn through your actions faster, which means you'll be sitting doing nothing for more time if you're not fully focused. Yes, this is huge. So if your playstyle is to alt tab between, you set yourself up to do some actions and you alt tab away, it's much, much better to have slower actions in that situation. Because then I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you set up your actions to go, you alt tab away, and by the time you come back, your character's just sitting there and you don't even know how long they've been sitting there idle, doing nothing, wasting their sleep bonus and not getting any skill. It's much better to alt tab back to see the action bar still going and just finishing off so you can queue it up right away. That's sort of like the optimal situation. But you assume you get a quality hit from what you mine then as a pick his quality is lower. Totally. That's the nature of Wurm Online. The nature of this game is that when you set out to do something, you must choose. Do I want to get better skill gain or do I want to get better quality? If you choose you want better quality, you're not going to get the skill gain. Like you'll get much, much less skill gain. So you have to choose what you want to optimize for going into the sort of task. Like right now, I am doing this task here, and I'm optimizing for just getting the job done. I'm not worried about skill gain. I don't have my sleep bonus on. My sleep bonus is really low, running out. So I'm not worried about skill gain here, even though my skill is going up. Like you can see I've already gotten 0.03 or 0.028, which is, it's not nothing. But I'm not optimizing for that. I just want to get these skills up to 70 quality. I'm running out of water. But yeah, that's... So Laird, are you relatively new to the game? Like you said you were returning, but what is your experience in this game thus far? And speaking of, whoops, I need to repair. Speaking of alt tabbing, I did want to be doing something else also on Xander. While I do this, I'll have to get to that in a second. You played years ago, then you came back when the Steam launched. Oh, okay, so you've been playing since the Steam launch. Probably. Okay, spent more time terraforming. Yep. That whole terraforming system can suck you in for a long time, for sure. I love terraforming in this game. I'm gonna have to run over and grab some more water. I'm gonna just drop my lump because otherwise I'm gonna be walking real slow on the way back. There we go, walking real slow. Where am I? I'm on this one. Am I? Okay, I got still number 4, working on still number 5. Now there's another thing. Let me see if I can get it. I'm just gonna close that for now. Let me bring this over, and if it bugs out my eyes, just ignore that. So if you search for grinder worm, you'll get this website, dreamsleeve.org. Okay, I've shown this many times on the stream. I would highly recommend taking the results of this with a grain of salt. No doubt this was programmed using the Wurm Unlimited code. I don't even know, actually. It can't be the Wurm Unlimited code because the skilling is different there. So I don't know exactly how this thing works under the hood. I have noticed some discrepancies between the results that this has given me and the results that I've seen in the game. So take it with a grain of salt. But I think it gives a good idea of how things work, and it gives you, you know, at least something to base decisions on at the beginning. Okay, so for example, let's say you're about to invest in a skilling setup for mining, for example. So you might want to choose mining for skill gain, power for skill gain. And what it's going to do is it's going to ask you for all of the things that matter for skill gain when you're mining, such as what is your skill right now? Let's say your skill is 40, for example, and your pickaxe skill, which is like, I don't know, going to be slightly above your mining skill. And then your pickaxe quality. So let's suppose you start with a 25 quality pickaxe, and then you choose what you're going to be mining on. So let's suppose I'm just mining on rock or zinc, because both will give you the same amount of skill gain. And then you hit submit. And what it's going to do is it's going to simulate 50,000 actions. Okay, now, one thing you need to understand before reading the results here, because this is what the results look like, is that every action in this game that you do, no matter what it is, every time that you activate something, do an action on something, your action bar is going, there is a hidden roll that happens under the hood that you don't get to see the results of. That roll can come out anywhere between -100 and +100. Any result that's negative is considered a failure, and there's different levels of failures depending on the thing that you're doing. For mining, particularly, if you get any roll below 0, the ore or the rock is going to come out at 1.00 quality. Okay, that's considered a failure, and you will get no skill gain for that. Any result that happens where like the roll comes out above 40 or 40 or above, that's considered a good success, and you will also not get any skill gain for that. It's like, kind of think about it this way. It's like if the action's too easy for you that you were able to succeed so well, then you learned nothing from that action. The only rolls that you're going to get a skill tick for are any rolls that come out between 0 and 40. Okay, between 0 and 40. So it has to be above 1.00. It has to be less than 40.00, and then you're going to get a skill tick. And what this is going to do, this program does, is it simulates however many rolls you want. In this case, it's 50,000 rolls. And it shows you the distribution of the outcome of that roll. And it will also count up for you how many of those actions and what percentage of those actions gave you a skill gain. So you look on the skill gain tab. And what you're looking for is any result that's above 50, I think is a good place to go. But of course, you kind of want the center of the distribution to be inside of this 0 to 40 range. Okay, so based on this distribution, I would look at this and say, well, if I'm going to continue on zinc or rock, probably want to lower my pickaxe quality here to maybe 15 or something like that. That's going to lower, and you can, do this a few more times just to see the distribution does change. But overall, on average, it's somewhere in here. I might even go even lower than that, 10 quality. Okay, and it brings, you kind of want the center to be at about the 20. Okay. Now there's another thing to sort of like worry about, and that's the fact that the lower the pickaxe quality is, the faster it damages, which means the more often you're gonna have to stop to repair your pickaxe. Especially if it's one quality, like a one quality pickaxe damages really fast. And if it like has 70 damage and you sit there to repair, that repair action timer takes a minute or two, and you're like wasting all this time. So personally, I like having my pickaxe, and you'll see it's at 12 quality. I like it in that range because it doesn't damage nearly as fast. And then every so often, I'll just hit the repair, and the repair action's 2 seconds, and it's like completely repaired again. So I tend not to use a 1 quality pickaxe, which means that, like in this situation, when your mining skill's 40 and you're on rock and you're like, well, I kind of have to lower my pickaxe. Well, there's another solution. The other solution is to move up in difficulty. Okay, make the action more difficult. And with mining, the way to do that is choose a different type of vein. So once you hit around 40, you might want to switch to iron. And iron will put a 10 quality pickaxe somewhere in the middle. Even a 15 will probably be fine. As long as this number here is above 50, I tend to look at that as like a decent place to be. So Nin says, my 2 low quality skill picks are made of Serral, more time in the optimal skill range, and easier to keep the enchants up. Yeah. Totally. So what about Serral makes it so that you're more time in the optimal skill range? Is it... Let me see. There's something about Serral. Aside from the fact that it can't shatter, so you can just cast on it over and over again. Takes damage slower, yeah, I figured that. And that'll be, you can find all that information under the lump, the metal lumps. Let me see. So Serral, it looks like it has a damage reduction bonus here. So it doesn't take damage as much. Let's see, what does Serral say here? Attack speed, no, that's for weapons. General. Yeah, damage taken. There it is. Okay, so this is 50% damage taken. That's actually really good. 50% is a lot. And your repair speed's a little bit faster too. Yeah. So if you are using a 1... Yeah, that's... Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, this was for armor. Yeah. So the general. That's actually really good, because then you could potentially now have a 1 quality pickaxe that's taking half the amount of damage, and therefore and faster repair speed. So when you do go to repair, it's a little bit faster. That's pretty good. And you can then cast on it over and over again. Anything in here that's interesting? Lockpicking bonus, holy items, yeah. Anchor effectiveness, pendulum, AoE, and bash damage. Okay, yeah. And when you have 90 plus blacksmithing, it's only ever 1 imp to push it back up to the top of the range. So even if it's lump, it's not that expensive. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I might consider doing that at some point in the future when my skill gets past 99, if ever I'm trying to go for that, you know, top little bit there. But for now, I'll stick with this. Where was I? I think this one still needs to go. Do enchants disappear over time? Yes, they do. They do decay on use. So every action you do has a small chance to make the enchant number go down by 1. I'm not sure if it does that check at the beginning or the end of the action. I would hope that it does it at the end. But there is a chance on each action. Rarity decreases that chance by a lot. By like a lot. It's like 100 times less or something like ridiculous like that. So enchants on a rare item hold far, far longer. In way in the past, it used to be that enchants on like a rare pickaxe like this would hold forever because there was some weird thing where if the action was less than 5 seconds, it never decayed. Because it would check after the first... At the 5-second mark, it would check. And if it was less than that, it would never decay. But now they changed that at some point. So now every action has a chance. How quickly are we talking about? No, not a week or two. No. I used this. It was at 98. You saw I had it at 98. And then I mined a lot. And then it went to 97. Sort of like that. So it won't be a week or two. And it depends on what you're doing, but I think on this one, I've probably gone through... See, I did a lot of mining on a pickaxe that was lowering. Like I think it started at 90, I want to say 96 or 97, and I mined a lot, and it got down to like 92, so I lost a bunch. And by a lot, I'm talking like maybe 10,000 actions or something like that. So after about 10,000 actions, it dropped from maybe 96 to 92 or something like that. Maybe 91. So it lost maybe 5 points on 10,000 actions. But then I was careless, and it got down to 1 quality, and then the damage went too high, and I wasn't paying attention, and damage reached 100, and I lost the pickaxe. So then I made myself another one, because they're not that hard to make. And this one I was like, okay, I'm just forget using a 1 quality pickaxe. I'm just gonna use a 12 quality pickaxe, and every time it gets really low again, I'll just imp it once, bring it back up to 12 or 13 or whatever. Oh, I can't wait till I get the 6th action, and I can just put in a repair action in this. So at 100 power, the chance to lose a power is fairly low, but eventually it happens, yeah. It's very low. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, it is the way that it is. But you won't... I feel like enchants are priced reasonably now on the new servers. Let's take a look at some prices. So, hey, River Dog. Thank you for that follow. Let's take a look at some prices. On the... So if I was looking to go buy some skiller items, I'd come over to this section here on the forums and look under the merchant ads for the Northern Freedom Isles. And let's see. There's a bunch of Circle of Cunning, Foe and Vin enchants. Well, I'm going to look at one that I know has like a good amount of precasted items. Let me see if I can find one. Unless somebody has an example of a merchant who currently has a lot of precasted Circle of Cunning, or let's say Blessing of the Dark or whatever. You can look at that. But let's just take a look here. I haven't actually... No, so there's no precasted yet. Okay, so let's go back. I know Reverent had a decent list, but at least I don't see him here. Does Dokita... I bought some Foe enchants from Dokita. Let's see, nothing precasted. It looks like... Am I missing the list of precasted items? I want to see a nice big list of precasted items. Let's look. Does Sinjin have a precasted items? Nope. Reverend. How come I didn't see that before? And Sea Salt, thank you for the follow. I don't see anybody who has a nice big list of Circle of Cunning precasted items. At least nothing on the first page. Let me just look closer. Maybe I should make a precasted item list on the merchant myself. I'm thinking of doing it, starting to sell some items, but I don't want to do custom casts. Custom casts are... How do I say? Demanding. Like if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I'd like to get this casted," then it's like right in that moment you have to go and do that. Whereas with custom casts, you can just do whatever you want, whenever you want. Okay, here. This is the type of list that you should be looking for if you're like, okay, if you're in the market for BOTD, you still want to find a list that's like this, right? So okay, let's do BOTD. We'll look together for a Blessing of the Dark. I did see, I think it was Gnome Gates as one. Here, let's see what he has. Why? What is happening here? Okay. Oh, this is his merchant. Okay, I see. Okay, so it's this topic that I'm looking for. Yes, the Gnome Depot. Never mind, he does not have a list. He does not have a list. I honestly feel like having a list of precasted items is a big boost. Here we go. Here we go. This is the type of list that you want to be finding, right? Because this will give you an idea of the pricing, right? Because if you, let's say, contact somebody who says, contact me for my precasted pricings, now you're sort of stuck in a conversation with somebody who might be able to sell you on stuff for prices that aren't... It's hard to know, right? Because some people are honest and some people are not. And it's hard to know if you're just contacting somebody, or if, let's say, you go into the trade chat and say, looking to buy some Blessing of the Dark casts, somebody's going to, you might get a couple messages and you might find yourself in a conversation with, you don't know, right? And if they sort of smell out that you're a newer player, it might be, depends on who you get, right? But looking through these types of lists might give you an idea, like, okay, this person here is advertising. Like, you can just go and say, I want this all, one quality, 80 Blessing of the Dark, 90 copper. Like 80 Blessing of the Dark for 90 copper. Right now, you can take that information and go to this other person who's selling you an 80 Blessing of the Dark, and they want two silver, let's say, for it. And you're like, well, I kind of saw this other guy selling for this price on the forums, and you can use that in your sort of negotiation. Now, please post that link. Honestly, I literally, this is Peanut's link. Peanut, yeah, sure, I'll give you the link here. Yeah, exactly. So to learn about the fair prices, look through some posts on the forums, compare prices between them. You'll find that if a person is going to put together a thread like this, that person has researched the prices. And not only that, they most likely spend time updating their prices constantly to meet the needs of, or meet the current prices, to meet the competition, right? Because if let's say all of a sudden somebody else creates a new post that has, better prices than this, then Peanut over here is going to see that, because he's constantly updating his post, and go, oh, I need to be competitive. So he might lower some prices, and then, So this is a good strategy for learning what the prices are, is looking at these really long posts, because obviously they spent a lot of time not only casting but also trying to price these things out. Okay, so if you're looking at a high 90s cast, 3.5 silver is kind of like where you're looking. The other thing to consider is that a lot of people do this. They'll just create an item at one quality or low quality, and they'll just cast on it and sell it like that. And it'll be up to you to sort of improve it. No, actually, Circlet Cunning is not that much cheaper. I would say it might be a little bit cheaper, just a little bit, but it's not harder to cast Blessing of the Dark by that much. It might be a little bit more difficult, but it might be a matter of the number of Libella priests out there versus the number of Venora priests. Okay, because it's about competition and supply and demand. So if there's lots of Venora priests creating lots of items, then the supply is high. And that's what's causing the price to go down, rather than the fact that Blessing of the Dark is any harder to do. It is possible Blessing of the Dark does have a slightly higher difficulty. Let's look at it. Nope, same difficulty. Oh, it's a little bit more favor, so it's like 20 more favor per cast. So validate, you're saying more favor, yeah. So it means that the priest needs to get to 70 faith before they can cast Blessing of the Dark, and it costs a little bit more to cast, but that's negligible when it comes to the pricing of the actual cast. I think what's causing, if you do go with Circle of Cunning, I wonder if I did see, let's just look at the price that we saw here. Where was it that we saw? Oh, this is hard to read. These are lower-ish casts. I'm looking for something that I can see 70 and 90. Why am I on the 9th page? I did not mean to go to the 9th page. I meant to go to the 2nd page. Okay, let's look here. Let's look at, let's say, pickaxes, let's say. Boy, that's a lot cheaper. 33 copper for a 78 Circle of Cunning. That's really cheap. And that might just come down to it being that there's a lot more Venora priests out there doing this sort of thing. Right? If we look at the list here, still a couple Libella priests. Let me just see here. This person's trying to sell like the high of the high end. And it might just come down to this sheer number. Here's the gnome gates, but somebody was saying gnome is taking a break, so you assume you don't lose the enchant when you craft. You mean when you improve it? No, that does not affect the enchant at all. Right. So when you if let's say the pickaxe head has Circle of Cunning on it, when you attach it to the shaft, it keeps the same Circle of Cunning. Yes. Yeah, so now you'll see a lot of people just casting on the heads. Which is good, because then you get to take the head and put it together with the shaft, and it'll have your signature on it. Which is nice. Okay, so, and I've been just like chatting away, and so my copper lump has lost its heat. And I will fuel this forge while I'm at it. When you're streaming, you completely lose track of time, and you get caught up in stuff that you're not focused on. Yeah, this forge is running low. And do I have more copper in here? I honestly feel like I'm gonna run out of my high quality copper here. I used up all. I do have some 70 quality copper. I'll put in here, and then I have my 90 quality copper. Is that all that fits in here? What the who now? Okay, there's all my high quality copper. I'm just gonna use it all to empty stills to 70, and then I'm gonna have to go find another copper vein. Yeah, no worries. No worries, you're welcome. Yeah, this is what I love to do. I love explaining this game. Thank you for the follow, Laird. Okay, so this is a good opportunity while that's heating up to come over here and do what I was going to do with Xander. He's going to need some food, but I've been casting today, and I've been using my sleep bonus on casting. I started with I did a neck wound cast, a neck wound freeze, which is a weird trick. You see, if you get a neck wound, that is to say, you get hit in the head, but it's not quite in the head, it's in the neck, and you'll know by examining the wound. It will effectively lower your channeling skills. My channeling is at 82, which isn't terribly high, but it's not low either. And the problem with high channeling is that in order to get skill on stuff, you have to do things that are challenging to you to keep it, those rolls within the 1 to 40 range. And the only skills, like the only spells that are like sort of like in my range now are like Vessel, and even if I'm casting Wind of Ages or Circle of Cunning, it's like somewhat low because the difficulty is only 60 there. Still getting pretty good skill gun on them, but they take a lot of favor to cast. So one trick is to get a neck wound, and the neck wound will effectively lower your channeling skill. And you can adjust that depending on the size of the neck wound. There's like a formula. And so I was working with a 60 damage neck wound, and that was effectively making my skill like in the 20, like maybe 20 or just below 20. And then I was just casting Opulence, and Opulence was giving me skill gain, like good skill gain. And it only cost 10 favor per cast, and I would just fill up my favor bar and just cast Opulence. Did that for a while. Then I kind of wanted to get some casts out. I wanted to actually do stuff. I was creating tools for Catspur. I was creating tools for myself as well. And then I wanted to create a whole bunch of horseshoes because I want to get my horseshoe merchant stocked up for when we reopen the horse market. So that people, when they come over to buy a horse, there will be a merchant there with a whole bunch of horseshoes of varying quality and casts. So, with that said, I am going to do a whole bunch of casting on horseshoes. Now to do that, first I'm gonna, let's see, do I still have a channeling affinity of an hour? At some point I'm gonna have to make myself more channeling food, but I'll lengthen that to sort of like cover the stream, I think. That's probably more than enough. And then I'm going to turn on my sleep bonus and do some casting with Xander on some of these horseshoes. So just pull them into my inventory. I'll just keep going down the line. I'm going to do some oversacking. So let's just do a quick one on this. No, thank you. Hey, Casper. Turns the stone chisel around in her hands, admiring the high craftsmanship. Yeah, you're very welcome for that. Made a nice chisel. And I also have a trowel coming for you cats. Okay, so I think in this bin I need 45 ropes, I want to say. Let me see, what's the price on that? Not quite 45. I think that'll be just a tad bit too much. Or possibly on the high end. Let's see, 40? That's pretty good. I don't want to oversack too much because I don't want it to overfill my oversack pool. We'll see if we can get a couple more lucky casts here on these shoes. I have a whole bunch of shoes over in the forge here. And this was what I was getting today. So I do have quite a few 90s. In fact, more than a set of 90s and a bunch of 80s and a bunch of 70s. I'm keeping anything above 70 for now. And I just want a lot more. Because 22 shoes, while it sounds like a lot, that's only 5.5 horses. Which isn't all that much, right? Because if somebody wants to fill their horse with shoes, that's 4 shoes per horse. So a wagon takes 16 shoes. Right? So a wagon, if you're buying for a wagon, you want the shoes to be all nice and high. Oh, 69. I'm going to dispel the 69. Yeah, you're going to need to, there's a lot of shoes involved in a wagon. Oh boy. This just doesn't want to dispel. Nothing seems to happen. Come on, dispel, dispel, dispel. When this happens, I feel like I'm wasting favor. Because the reason why I dispel is because there's a bonus for casting on a shoe that has an enchant on it already. But that bonus gets lowered the higher the cast is. But 69, the bonus is not really that worth it, and it's better to just dispel and recast and hope for a low cast. 47 is better than 69. And then I'll cast on top of that, and it might add a couple, I can't remember the exact formula, but it might add an extra couple Wind of Age points to it. And I do have Benediction, which also adds a flat 5 points to my cast. So that 47 was really a 42, and then Benediction made it 47. And this is how people can get casts above 100, because really the roll can only be up to 100. Technically, it really can only be 99. And then Benediction can add 5, so that's 104. And then if you're casting on something with like a 1 WA on it, you can get an extra 5. So the highest cast possible is 109. Okay, let's just combine it with a bunch of this 70 stuff. Where did I put the 70 stuff? In here. Okay, that's a lot. I think I won't need all that for now. We'll keep this in here, and I'll come back for more when I need it. So you think, but you're not sure, yeah. And this is where I'm at exactly. I'm like in that same boat. I like have like an idea of maybe, but not 100% sure. That it's +5 at 1 to 20, and then it's +0 at 70. Yeah, it's something like this. Yeah, that's my sense as well. So like once I get to 69, I'm like at best I'm getting a +1. May as well restart. Maybe you'll get a low cast, and then it'll like. You'll be lucky on the next one. So 79. And these 70s are good because, like, you know, when people are buying horseshoes, they can get expensive. Like for 90 WA, 90 quality horseshoes, it tends to be expensive to get a full set of that for a wagon, let's say. I'm just going to wait for another couple ticks here. Okay, there we go. Oh, I wasn't done. Just add a repair action on that. See, this is a nice cast, like an 8. So between Benediction and this bonus, I get a full 10 on that cast, but only got 51. Let's put it in 42. I think I can take that amount. Yeah, and this type of imping, like, I kind of have to be on it, right? Because there's not much time to alt tab over to here and watch this bar go, because this one's going to be done and I have to come back. And so I'm not the biggest fan of this type. Oh, this one's already at 70. You know, forget that. I'm just going to move over to the next one. 51. I mean, there's always the chance that I just roll a natural 99 and then Benediction gives me 5 more points at 104. That's always a possibility. In fact, my pelt has 105 Wind of Ages on it. This one here. I just got real lucky on that pelt. And the action timer is like 5 point something seconds. Like, it's really fast. Okay, where am I here? It shattered. Okay, now casting is a nice thing to see, like, the distribution of the rolls, because the rolls kind of directly correlate with the power that you get. Right, like with no benediction and no bonus, it's like the roll is the power that you get. And when it shatters like that, it means you critically failed. Like, the roll was so low. Hey, Bear Claws. How's it going? Ooh. Ooh. A public red dragon. Nice. That... I really hope I can make it. I, like, really, really hope I can make it. Yeah, it's like rolling a natural 1 in D&D, except for it's like rolling a natural 1 on a 100-sided dice or something like that. Interesting. Oh, it's like the problem. Here's my issue. That's what's going through my head, is that I'm going back to work this week. This is my work week. I will have some time. This week is like a preliminary week back to work, where it's very easy. I'm a teacher, right? So school doesn't really begin until the following week, but there's like, I have to go into work, I have to do a whole bunch of planning, a whole bunch of meetings, and a whole bunch of what they call training, but honestly, it's it's not like they're going to train me on how to deal with the whole situation that we're in right now. It's going to be all soft training, you know. Every workplace that probably has this type of training, right? Like, it's like workplace safety and like what forms to fill out for what situations that you're in, and like this type of training. It's going to be a lot of this type, and meetings. There's going to be meetings, refresher training. There's no training in how to be a teacher. Trust me. Even Teachers College doesn't prepare you for teaching. Teaching is one of those things where the real training is the actual teaching. That's what's going to train you to be a teacher. Is you are now in front of a whole bunch of kids who need to learn something, and you are in charge of the room. Go. Like, nothing can prepare you for that. And I've seen teachers come in and completely buckle under that kind of pressure. Like, it would be like go to acting school, but the acting school doesn't actually get you to act. Like, the only way you're going to get better at acting is to get up on stage in front of people and act, or get in front of a camera and be recorded while you're acting. Like, it's the only way you're going to get better. You can't watch another person act. You can't read a book about it. And the same thing goes for teaching. It's like, you have to do it, and you have to just do it a lot. And I find it so funny. Like, our government comes out to the public and will say things like, especially during the pandemic when things were like transitioning to online and all the teachers had to figure it out. And it was like the government was like, don't worry, we trained our teachers. We gave them training on this online. It's like no training you could possibly give us is going to prepare us for the trials and the hardship of teaching online. The only way we can figure that part out is by doing it and making mistakes and fixing the mistakes and just trying hard. So anyway, we're gonna have some trials now. It's not gonna be all online anymore, or at least to begin, and depends on how things go with the pandemic and all. But for now, it's gonna be in person. But there's gonna be some choice for some students to stay home and tune in to my class while I'm teaching it online, and I kind of have to teach those kids as well. They're calling it hybrid learning, where one teacher is teaching a classroom of students who are in front of me, but at the same time, some of my students are going to be at home tuning in through a computer at the same time. I don't know how that's going to work. So apparently I'm getting training on that, but again, no amount of training is going to prepare me for what problems are going to happen. I wish I was your kid's teacher, so happy for people like me, and parents should be grateful for you to have online skills. Can we tune in? No, unfortunately not. Yeah, the school boards have that pretty locked down because for obvious reasons. It's like privacy issues and so on and so forth. 68. That's not good. Like definitely streaming, because I've been streaming for a long time, has really helped my teaching skills a lot. Like I feel like, so I started teaching in 2008. Like that's when I started getting paid to teach. And I would consider that the point that that's my first real job. Before that, the jobs that I had were like, you know, the type of jobs that you would have as a student. Tutoring, stocking shelves. Like the type of jobs where like they can kick you around, you know? They can make you do whatever they need you to do. And then like you get to a point where like you get either established in that type of role, like you get to be like the person who's like running things or able to tell other people what to do, or you learn, you get the education required for a particular job. That so teach it like 2008, and then I found this game around 2012. But before that, we weren't streaming before that, but we were podcasting before that. We started out, Brian and I, just podcasting, like with just a mic and recording audio. We did several episodes like that. But once we found this game, it was like we moved to making videos. It did kind of feel like it was before it was podcasting was a thing, right? Like podcasting was a thing, but it wasn't what it is today, for sure. It was, you know, you'd find a website that just has a whole bunch of podcasts on gaming podcasts, you know? But very few people were doing it at that point, and it wasn't very popular. That might have been back in 2010, maybe 2010 or 11, and then we didn't do that much of that. And we weren't releasing it on any platform that was beyond our own websites. Yeah, it was definitely before Apple and those things became Spotify. But like, I also really love listening to podcasts. I've been listening to podcasts for a long time too. But podcasts became really big with Joe Rogan, and he became really big like in 2012, like around that time, 2012, 2013. he exploded around that time. And he's been podcasting since like 2011 or 2010 even, or something like that. So it was like, and that was around when we started podcasting too. And then we moved to YouTube videos. Okay, streaming really wasn't that big either at that point. And it wasn't until like we had been making YouTube videos for like a year or more that we tried streaming. And Dizzy Lurker, what do you mean you'll never be smarter? Let's hope that you're smart enough. Smart enough for what, though? Listen, everybody can be smarter. And Bear Claws, hey buddy, how's it going? So Bear Claws, I'm curious. You must, can I guess, you're Tiger Claws on the forums? And if so, I'm gonna make another guess. Because I recall, and I'm not sure if you're the same person, right? Because you have a different name, but I'm trying to remember your name or the person's name that I'm remembering. Start with an R. Was it like Russell or there's a character who like a person who I must have been on Xanadu or something. And like, what was it? Did you play? How long have you been playing Bear Claws? Am I remembering this correctly? Does this ring a bell, Russell? Did you have a character way back in the day? It was like a rare. Because what makes you think that is because you seem to be a rare maker. You seem to know how the rare system works and like making rare items. You have that post on the forums about buying rare materials. It's me you're talking about, Brian. Okay, my name's Adam, but yes. Am I remembering this correctly? And Sea Salt, you're Milo in game. Yeah, you get so many. Well, Randall, yes. Randall, that's right. Randall. It is you. Randall, how's it going? Man, see, I had that suspicion, but I didn't know for sure. I remember you made a lot of rare items. Okay, so that's your real name in real life. How's it going? So you probably have amassed a fortune on the new servers. Around 300 or so. Yeah. Now, for those people who are interested in making rares, it's actually, I mean, it's as hard as everything in this game, right? Like, it's not, everything in this game is hard, but there's a system that you can follow that will reliably get you rares occasionally, and Supremes. No, he doesn't cheat. Bear Claws knows what he's doing. Right, he makes Supremes. Exactly. Supremes are the thing. Rares are just a byproduct of making Supremes. You'll get 10 rares for every Supreme you make. On average. But there's a system to making rares. And it's not hard as long as you follow the system. It takes time, it takes effort, you gotta put in the work, you gotta get the skills, you gotta do the thing, but it's just like everything else in this game, right? And he never shares them. Oh, that's why you're giving him a hard time. Yeah. Bear Claws was always generous, from my recollection. Always very, very generous. Yeah. I never really got into that, though. Like, there'll be times where I'll be like, I kind of want to rare this, and then I'll, like, go to try to make it, but not to the level of a rare maker. Who is this sea salt? Milo. Milo. So if you're interested in the system, I can show you and point you to the forum post that will tell you how to do this. Okay, just know that you're getting yourself into something that takes time and effort, just like any other hard thing in this game. But there is a process. You go under the game guides, and you look under the grinding everything. This is I literally visit this post every time I stream because it has so much information in it. This grinding everything post has so much info. So I highly recommend to read this if you haven't done so already. Oh, this is your good friend Milo. Yeah, now, I do know now that he's joking and giving you a hard time. I figured it out after... Where did he say? He said, I'm in Bear's Alliance, and he never shares them. And he laughed. Because I know that's a lie. So I figured he was pulling your leg. Okay, so this... And I don't know if Laird, if you're still here, you know, everything that I mentioned at the beginning about skilling is in this post here, and it explains a lot of the details, and also talks about individual skills. So like if you want to skill up milling for some reason or another, it gives you like the tip that will help you get to that next level. Oh, I think I still have sleep bonus on. Okay, I turned on. It fell off after probably way back here somewhere. Goodness. Let's just do a cast here. Okay, so back to this post. There is a section of this post that explains the process of getting rares. It's right down here. Rare spamming, imping rare. So you can make 5,000 pickaxe heads and make not one rare head. It locks you out now. Oh. So, like, how does it lock you out? Like, does it make it so that you can't get a rare from making pickaxe heads? Like, you can't just spam pickaxe heads, is what you're saying. Let me just try to understand it one more time. You can make 5,000 pickaxe heads. There must be a typo in here somewhere, right? And make not one rare head. It locks you out now. Okay, hold on. There was mention and rumors about when the Steam launch happened, they adjusted the rare. And okay, is that just from pickaxe heads, or like tool heads? They lock you out completely 100% from getting a rare roll on making heads or blades or those sorts of things. Okay, tools for sure, right? So you actually have to take the head and attach it to the shaft to get the rare roll. I mean, that's the way it was done back in the day anyway, right? I think that's only fair. And they probably handpicked, yeah, that's the best way at this point. And they probably handpicked the things. Okay, so like, as Bear Claus is mentioning, like this is kind of what you have to do in order to get rares. Just make 5,000 pickaxe heads and 5,000 shafts. And then sit there all day, clicking them together at regular intervals. And eventually one of them's going to be rare. And some of them are going to be supreme. And you'll find that you'll get about 10 rares for every supreme on average if you do this long enough. that's the short explanation. There are some details in the middle there. But that's the short sort of like explanation on how to do it. Okay, I'm going to try really hard not to forget about Xander here. I'm just not going to put on sleep bonus because I don't want to waste it. Just casually craft insane amounts, exactly. I'm trying to work it out, but new guys can't come and make 5,000 heads and pop a rare no more. It locks your rare roll drop. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this was one thing that I remember when they made the change that if the head is rare, that you can put it together and the result will be rare. And they did that for the archaeology update because you might find a rare pickaxe head. And then it was actually quite a bit after the archaeology update. They made an adjustment to help archaeology. So it now makes it so that if the pickaxe had ruins on it, or if the pickaxe head had ruins on it, or it was rare, that when you put it together with the shaft, it keeps the rarity, keeps the ruins, and it also kept enchants. Like they added this thing where the head now keeps the enchants when you put it together. But at the time, I was thinking, wow, that's gonna make making rare items really easy. Like way easier than it was before, because now you don't have to make the shafts and make the heads and then combine them all together. You can just spam the heads. So I think with the Steam launch, there was rumors that they adjusted the rarity system, and this is probably what they did. They handpicked the items like pickaxes and all the tools to not have this ability to spam rares. But I bet you if you like spammed saws, because saws are just like a single action and you create the saw completely, like iron on an anvil creates the saw. I bet you saws still are able to come out rare on the rare roll. But anyway, you can go look on this post and just look for the in-depth explanation. There's a couple other things in this post that are really important to know, and that is just opening up the right-click menu, uses up a rare roll. So if the rare window opens up and you click the right-click menu, it's gone. You just lost the rare roll. So it's one of those things that you just gotta not be fiddling with your screen when you're trying to do this. Who wants a rare saw, though? Yeah, I know. Okay, how about horseshoe? I bet you with a horseshoe, you can get one by just spam creating. Things like this. But yeah, Believe It in Reaver's post, he talks about like how he did it with 9 characters. So he would create 9 premium characters and he'd arrange them on the screen, 9 separate little tiny windows on one screen. You get them all set up with the materials, big amount of setup, and then just go at it. And it's a time thing, right? Because the rare window is 20 seconds long, and if you let me go over here in the settlement info, you can see here there's like the settlement grants faith bonuses, and if you max out your faith bonus, you can get your rarity window to increase by a certain number of bonus seconds up to 10 extra seconds. So the 20-second window can be extended to 30 seconds. Okay, so when the rare window opens, you now have 30 seconds to start an action within that rare window in order to get the rare roll. So you're clucking together pickaxe heads with the shafts, and you want to just sort of do that once every 25-ish seconds or so, so you make sure that you stay within the rare window. Whoops. And yeah, that's the short of it. There's a lot of details involved in this. And But the results are this, and you can. This is kind of insane. So let me see if I can. You could expect about 1 rare per 2 hours, and 1 supreme per 24 hours per account. Okay, so long as you're doing this, if you do this purely for 2 hours straight, on average, you'll get 1 rare. And Oblivion River was doing this with 9 accounts. Whoops, get rid of this quote. 9 accounts would get about 4.5 rares an hour and a supreme every 3 hours. So he's doing this with 9 accounts. That's just insanity. 4.5 rares per hour. That's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous to me. Whoops. 64. How's my water doing? My water barrel needs filling soon. So you did all your rare and supreme with 2 tunes, and you think you hit around 40 supremes with 200 rares. Holy crow. That seems a little bit better than 10%. But yeah, that's crazy. That's just crazy. I've been lucky and I've imped a couple things rare. I actually made 2 pickaxes. And I sold... no, I didn't sell it. I shattered one. Shattered one. Made 2 pickaxes. One of them I shattered. One of them is this one right here. And then I bought another one from a friend who was getting rid of it. I made a rare carving knife through imping. I made a rare needle. Also through imping, I think. I was imping a bunch of needles for compasses and I just like made it rare. But not like just these are normal actions that just happen to make it rare. How's the casting going? Yeah, I did, yeah. Back in the day, I did a lot of casting for you. It's going okay. I mostly am casting for myself and for alliance mates. I'm not really casting for profit aside from these horseshoes because it's kind of like going along with the theme of what we're doing. So Katz is making she has a horse market, which is currently down because of the update, but and we sort of went along with that by making horse gear. So Brian was doing the leatherworking and he was making saddles and, you know, horse gear. And I was doing the horseshoes with the blacksmithing and the casting. And so I want to get... Our merchant like had a whole bunch of stuff on it and then it all sold. People were buying up the horse gear like no tomorrow and now it's completely empty. Okay, within a week? Okay, so that's good. That'll give me a bit of time to imp these shoes. And I already have some shoes that I could probably, without too much effort, get them on the merchant shortly. And I was actually thinking of hopping on Feyran. I don't know, Brian, you're still there. But I was thinking of hopping on him and making some saddles, unless that's something that you might be willing to do if you get a chance. But yeah, we don't have any more saddles. And then there's the other horse gear like that is inconsequential to speed, like the what do you call it? The reins? Is that what they call it in this game? Reins? Let me just see. Hold on. Reins. Yeah, the reins. Kind of like how the reins look, and then it makes it so that you can lead the horse without a rope. Bridle. Okay, so the reins make the bridle. That's it. Okay, so the bridle is probably... So a head stall and the reins and a mouth bit. Okay, so the bridle. Right. Ah, Quentin's back. And hi, Cutie Bear. I actually don't know if I finished all my prayers today, so I'm going to just do a prayer action right after this. Okay, this one's almost done. I'm getting through these slowly but surely. Yeah, Brian's doing good. In fact, he's doing really good. For the longest time, he was in a job that was unfulfilling and stressful, and he did not like it. And then, not too long ago, he got his dream job. Like the perfect job for him. He works now for a company called Launchbox. So he's announced this to our stream. And it involves, it's like I think technically he's considered a project manager, but he does all sorts of things. Community relations. Part of his job is to stream once a week. Most of his job, he gets to decide what to do, and basically it's what will make the company, what will help the company, what will help the product, what will help sales, and etc., etc. A lot of it is engaging with the community. But it's for a product that he loves and he spends time with as a hobby. Like he spent so much time with it as a hobby for the last several years. So yeah, but he's very busy. It's a new job, and he's only been in it for a couple months now, and he's sort of still getting used to the flow of the work. Yeah, he might even be in here listening in. So if you're listening, Brian, Bear Claws misses you. Yeah, it seems like I did all my prayers today. Did I finish this one? I'll just imp it a couple more times. I was still on it. Okay, so we're getting to the 10th one, so after that I'll have 6 more to do. This casting is not going as well as I wanted it to. I'm not staying on it as good as I probably should. Let's try one more round. And I'm not getting the outcomes that... I mean, as you saw on the other one, it was like I was getting lots of 90s and 80s as well. Here I got 190 before the stream started, but since the stream started, I haven't even hit an 80. I've only gotten 3. That's not very good. So let's hope for better. Let's hope for better results. Yeah, when I was casting for you, Bear Claws, I was on my priest that had 90, probably in the low 90s at the time, probably 92 or 93 channeling. But the biggest difference was that priest never got benediction. In fact, when I was casting for you, I was probably before even benediction was a thing. Because by the time benediction happened, I wasn't really casting anymore. So I never got benediction on that priest. Like I'll be casting a little bit here and there, but nothing like not like what I was before, where I was doing custom casts. I never popped one of your rares or supremes, but I actually never lost a supreme. I've casted on a few supremes and never lost one. But I've lost my share of rares with that priest. Definitely. But then again, I was casting on a lot of stuff. Like a lot. A lot of the rares were mine that I lost, but I've lost a couple people's rares. And it's really hard to go back to that customer and say, sorry, but I did everything I could. But it died. Okay, yeah. You don't make a lot now. I have everything I need right now. Yep. I mostly like for this cast, like for this priest, I'm mostly just casting for personal, mostly. Ah, yes, Quentin. This might turn into something fun. Katz, are you sleeping yet? Did you go to bed, or are you still here? It's Quentin. I got a text. I got a message from him. Whoops. So you are looking. Oh, hey, Katz. I can't believe you're still here. Honestly, Katz. You must be dead tired. Well, he can't possibly be that traumatized for him to be following your advice. I know. I saw what you did. To the west of it, between the road and it. Oh, but there's a deed already there. There's a deed to the west of the chessboard. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna bring Xander, because he's not doing very good over here. Let me just bleed the rest of this favor. I'm gonna ride over there. We can go take a peek at the... alt, and we can take a look at the area. Okay, let's just get rid of this WOA and bleed the rest of my favor, which is still a couple hundred. Oh, I got rid of it. It's really nice of him to ask. Yeah, he mustn't have been traumatized that much. Otherwise, he might be like, I'm not taking that person's advice. I don't see it, but I haven't tried deeding, so it may not be work. Okay. It was there the other day, that deed. It might have fallen. I'm curious to know. I'm wondering if I should pull him into the stream. It might make it a little bit easier to just talk it through. What's happening here? How did this get changed? Okay. Ooh, a 0 WOA. Okay, that's actually lucky that I casted a 0, because a 0 gives the best bonus. So let's cross our fingers for 105. Come on. Big rolls. Big money. Let's end a big cast here. Nope. It's just not my day. You know, I was doing much nicer earlier. Like, things were going really well earlier. And by the way, I am currently streaming on Twitch. Do you watch? Well, I'll leave that there. It might be a little bit more interesting to get him into the stream. Okay, Bear Claws, you know, Adam, try this. Mine an Iron Vein until you hit a rare roll. Then mine 200 times again and start Imp a Tool. But you want rare. Interesting. Now, is it a time-based thing? So, like you're saying mine 200 times, but like, what if my 200 actions are like each 3 seconds compared to somebody else's 200 actions? Is it like the 200 actions, or is it the time that it takes to do 200 actions? And then awesome. Not sure if we watching while we chat would be weird or helpful. It might be helpful because you would hear my thoughts aloud as opposed to me typing. Yeah, I'm curious, Bear Claws. Is it a matter of the time? So like, let's say I hit a rare roll. Is it that chances are that I'm going to get another rare roll in a certain amount of time later? Oh, my lump is getting cold. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be very weird. Okay, what's the name of it? Factional fight. Okay, so I'm gonna put that in here. Let that warm up. Let's bleed the rest of this favor. It's almost done. And maybe Quentin will be here by the time that I'm done this. And then I'll ride Xander out there. Okay, so Quentin came by the area recently, like just earlier today, while Katz was streaming. And he was interested in finding a spot to deed in the area. Laird, considering bringing my alts across to PvP now to try Priest here. Okay, so Laird, are you on Defiance then? Okay, that's it with that. I'm just gonna put these shoes away. Very unlucky round of casting there. You were when it launched, then you had to take a break. Okay, so I mean, all of your skills transfer over, except for fighting, meditation, and faith. You probably already knew that. Yeah, it's a nice system that they have with the PvP here. Hey, Quentin. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I'm bringing my priest Xander over to come check out the area. Now it's all steppe over there, right? Like, so there's no forest. You're gonna have to plant a forest for yourself if you want trees. That's one downside to that area. But there's clay and there's, yeah, it's a step, so it is what it is. But I can come and show you. I know that, like, I planted that chessboard deed, and then right away I kind of felt like I might have stolen the spot from somebody else who wanted to deed there, but they hadn't placed their deed. And it kind of got confirmed after, because then somebody came along and planted 2 deeds on either side of me, like just to box me in there. And Catspur here was the crazy lady on the deed, she says. Catspur is Safrina, who was using her spyglass to spy on you and do all that stuff, and she was streaming at the time. So if you were wondering about why it was so weird, it was because Catspur was being weird. Catspur shuffles up next to Quentin and bats her eyelashes. You're doomed, Quentin. Just surrender now, Parser says. Okay, and Bear Claus, you were saying back to the thing. It's like sometimes it just write I imp 2 and pop a rare, right? It's like Yeah, and I almost bet you do it by like feeling, like you're just like, I feel like there's a rare roll coming, and you're just like, okay, do the imp right now, or do the combine right now. Yeah. Yes, Cats was just being silly. How bad is setting up Melody with lower skills? You hear that there's a lot of surface mining required there. It depends. Okay, Quentin, I'm here now. I see you. Oh, yeah, you're right here. Okay, so you're down here. Now I'm going to show you there's a deed right here. It's right on the highway. This token right here that I'm standing on. Okay, this person, I'm not sure who did it. And my feeling, so the name is Fowler, but I've never seen that person. It could, I'm not sure who it was, but I've never seen this person before. And I planted my deed down there, and like the next day I come on, and this deed is right up against my perimeter. So this deed is a minimum size deed with a perimeter size that goes right to my deed over there. Okay, so the perimeters are right up against each other. So if you want a deed, the only place I can think it would be towards the, what direction is this? South. Yeah, towards the south. Right, because everything in the north from here, right, it has a large perimeter. So they basically plotted the minimum size deed and expanded the perimeter until it touched my perimeter. So that's what's there. Everything to the north here is pretty much taken. So, and then it's kind of skinny, right? And it's very steep over here to the water. So there is a nice spot just a little bit to the south from here, and it's somebody early on in the server started a deed there, but it didn't last long. They flattened it. There's a mine which is probably long since collapsed. Honestly, anywhere to the south here is okay, but I'm just thinking in terms of like you kind of want a little bit of area that's flat-ish. You'll notice this step in particular. It's actually this server, and somebody who Laird was saying that it's a lot of surface mining required here on Melody, and to some degree that is true. There's a lot of terraforming required on Melody. This is in contrast to Cadence. Cadence is like nice and flat. Like it's like you can find so much undeeded flat land on Cadence, whereas Melody is a lot of hills and mountains everywhere. And so like you can see like even this area here is very hilly. Like it's very steep and hilly over here. Like if you're looking for a small deed, you could probably squeeze one in here, this spot right here. I wouldn't recommend it though, just because it is a lot of surface mining. It's going to be a lot of, and you don't have that much room. Really, there's not that much room. Like this hill here is just, it's steeper than it looks. You won't be able to ride a horse across it, and you would have to build ramps and all this stuff. So there is one spot. It's a little bit more to the south here, just at the top. It's not that far. It's just over here, maybe 20 more tiles from where I am now. And somebody had flattened it. This area actually is not bad either, like right over here. It's nice and high up and somewhat flat, but still hilly. But it's a little bit flatter than over there. Like you can sort of see that there is some flatness to this area here, but and you actually can get some nice lookout over here of the server. This is a nice view of the server from this spot here. This area here. Though I know you were saying something about wanting to overlook the chessboard. Yeah, like like the server just looks beautiful. You can see the whole waterway. Like this server has this waterway that goes through the entire server from the west exit, and it just like, and we're sitting right on this step here, looking towards that mountain right there, and that's what you're seeing there is. Yeah, it's a very nice view. Melody has beautiful scenery for sure. Oh, see, and you see, it's like spots like this that's just so annoying. My horse is just completely stuck right here because it's too steep. Let me get it back up here. um, yeah, Casper loves Melody. Just like the scenery is great. The mountains, the water, the islands, just great. Ooh, what's this? Fog spider was here. Um, like this little hump here, this little, it's just off the highway. Because you were saying like you like the idea of like overlooking the chessboard, and in the future, although you won't, it probably won't be rendered in, but on that island over there, we're building that. That's where you were standing before, on that little island there. But you see how you can't really see the details, and you probably won't see any structure from this distance. For some reason, an iOS device thought I said, "Hey Siri." Yeah, but you know, this bit here, you can overlook the chessboard, and have this nice view looking out this way. And it's, you know, if you include this little hill, you'll have that little vantage point. So I'd say for the view, this spot is nice. This little area, if you're again, like Quentin, how long have you been playing Wurm? Well, that's where Katz was building the castle. Yeah, exactly. Katz was building the castle exactly on that island right over there. But as I said, you won't be able to see it when it's built because buildings won't render at this distance from here to there. Like otherwise, oh, there's a nice lightning strike there. Otherwise, you would see buildings all along here because there are buildings already over here. Okay, you played a long time ago. So yeah, welcome back. This is like, this game will probably surprise you, the amount of changes if it was a long time ago. There's a lot of changes since then. If you could see it, it would increase the value of the land. Yeah, you know, when we announced it, people deeded up all along here. And there's some, since then, deeds have fallen, but there is one deed that sort of takes up the whole thing over here, and there's some nice vantage points on that spot right there that you'll be able to see the castle when it's done from over here. But from this distance, even from the chessboard, you can't see it. It's too far. But yeah, I like this hill, and if you did that and somehow terraform this thing into a terrace, like, you know, a couple levels or whatever. But just know that this is not an ideal spot for a. It's a lot of work. So like it's an ideal spot if you're willing to put in the work to terraform this area, because it's very steep. And steep is not easy to work with when you're trying to build buildings. You need to build them on flat land. But it's, with some effort, you can make it look real nice. And it has somewhat, this is somewhat flat over here. Okay? And down here is also somewhat flat. But trust me when I say it's deceivingly steeper than it appears more flat than it actually is. It's quite steep from here to the top. So let's say you want to build a road. Let's say you want to build a path that leads from like over here to the road. It's going to have to be a ramp. Like it'll feel like a ramp going up all the way to the top. And the road up there is the highway that leads all the way through the whole server. Okay, so great. Terraforming is your favorite part. This is like a paradise for you. Because then you can think like, oh, you'll have a terrace here and a platform here and roads and stuff connecting. So the other thing I was going to suggest, although the view isn't nearly as nice, but it might be something that you include in your deed. Is back here. So somebody had built this whole area. They flattened out the top of the mountain. They had some buildings here, which long since decayed. And back here, they put a mine, which has long since collapsed mostly. But then over here, there's like somewhat of a terrace as well. Although it's very steep. Once you pass this spot right here, it becomes unrideable to the bottom. Yeah, you'd also open your mine a bit lower and utilize the underground since you're so high up. Yeah, totally. Now this area is very vein poor, so there's not very many good veins here. There's iron, of course. There's a lot of iron all over the place, iron. But I've been searching for like pockets of like copper, zinc, tin, gold, silver, and I can't find any in this step. I am going to have to go expand my search to farther reaches, but this whole step is like just iron. There's like a pocket of tin in front of the chessboard, but somebody deeded there. Although that deed might be gone by now. I might have to look again. There's a pocket of tin down there in front of the chessboard. But that's about it. I haven't checked underneath the step, of course. Like, I mean, there could very well be a pocket of gold right under where I'm standing right now, but it's just you can't without a mag priest. I can't check that. There is some trees over there. Yeah, exactly. This is a very hard tree area. So when we first got here, to the north of this step, it was just olives all the way. Olives from the steppe to the tip of the peninsula. Like olive trees, which was horrible because olive trees don't give that much wood. And this pocket of trees wasn't here. This was all steppe. So somebody planted all of those trees. And same with the trees down there. Somebody planted all those trees as well. Who deeded there. And then there was this natural forest back here. There might have been some small amount of trees like here or there, but like nothing that you could like go and chop down a forest or anything like that. And then there was back here was the only natural forest, and it also wasn't that big. So what we did in the early days of the servers, we'd go over to the other side of that's another step. And then on the other side of that is this true forest. The true forest wraps around this mountain and goes up to the top. And we would pick sprouts over there. Tons and tons of sprouts. And chop all the trees over there to get the wood. And then we'd cart it all the way back over to here. And then we started planting the sprouts. And that's why all the trees are not olives anymore. It's like a hodgepodge of all sorts of different types of trees. But yeah, this was mostly all steppe. So, somebody would plant a little bit of trees and then the trees would start spreading. But then if you go a little bit farther, it becomes an apple tree forest. So all over there, naturally, is apple tree. So it was olives, then apples. So there was like no good trees this whole way, all the way until you had to go to the other side of the steppe. But now you can... There's a bunch... What is this? Blueberry. Okay. These are blueberries. And this is not deeded either, right? When are blueberries in season? Let's look at that. I'm actually just going to check on my forge. I just want to make sure it is still burning. Okay, good. Blueberry. No, calendar. That's what I wanted to look at. So I think camellia is in season right now, if it hasn't gone. So blueberry's not till after olive. Okay. Right. Next is lavender, then rose, then maple. Okay, I'm waiting for maple then. I don't know of a rose forest. I don't want to call it a forest, but a rose place and a lavender. But now I know of a blueberry place. Somebody must have planted these blueberries early on. I'm guessing. It's over here. Does look like somebody's setting up over here. Ashton. Ashton. Let's see. Oh, hello, wolf. Hold on. Okay, there is some damage. What's happening? Oh. That's what's happening. Like, why is it getting... And I'm not attacking. It's like a spirit temple is here. Yeah, olives, fruit tree. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Validate. I did see that. Supreme Caravel. Starting bid 2.4 gold. Yeah. If I was to cross server, can I lead a horse on rowboat? No. No, you'll lose the horse. What's... So, Laird, what server are you on right now? Because you were saying that you were on Defiance, no? Okay, so you came back to the portal, you're on Harmony, and you're wanting to cross servers, I see. Yeah, you'll lose the horse. So this person looks like... I don't know, they could be playing still, but their house is decayed. Hey, Orc Shaman Gamer Dad. Thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. But they do have a military tent, right? So that's not that easy to make. Ashton. Okay, well, it looks like you'll have a neighbor if you, Quentin, if you deed over there. That's just starting up. This looks like a very humble, quaint little spot. It's a military tent. And a 1x1 shed. Ooh. Why is this uncovered? I'm just gonna follow this for a second. I'm curious. Why is this uncovered? Oh boy. This is Melody. You can't just point your horse and go. Like, you get stuck every little bit. It's very hard to traverse this server. Look at this. Somebody had uncovered this all the way to the water, it looks like, almost. If not for sure all the way to the water. Yeah, so Quentin, Casper is asking, what is the main motivator for this particular server in this particular area? Or was it that you just fell in love with the view of the chessboard? And Double Dose, how's it going? Exploring was always your favorite part of the game. It is definitely a very attractive part of the game. There is a lot to explore, and what makes it really interesting is that areas change all the time. So you'll need to charter a ship. Is your horse like a good horse? Is it worth holding on to that horse? Because if it's just like a wild horse, or, you know, if it's not like a traded horse, it might not be worth it. It was a 4-speed horse. Oh, okay. And a nice person gifted it to you. Yeah. You like Melody because of the mountains. You saw some of Cadence and wasn't super excited with it. Yeah, if you're a terraforming type person, Cadence is not that exciting. I totally agree. Unless like you do something like where Cat's your hideout is, that must have been a nice place to terraform. There's some like hills that are kind of like mountainy areas that, but yeah, Cadence is very flat. And then while following the road, you saw the chessboard and found all the settlements north of it, which seemed like a great community. Yeah. Yeah, so this chessboard deed was a deed that I made mostly. Well, we wanted a chessboard for a particular event that we were doing. And then I wanted a farmland to expand on the farmland that we have there. And I've been planting some oaks for, oak wood. So it's mostly a utility deed for space. And it was a nice spot. If I want to, I can just sail because our deed's right over there in that spot over there. I could just sail across. Although I haven't really done too much with this deed in terms of terraforming, I would love to get around to making this a little bit easier to traverse. And maybe even make a road that connects it to the highway over along that ridge there. But the thing, yeah, but to north of here is very skinny. And uh, the deeds are like every time a deed falls, it's taken by somebody expanding or somebody, because there's really not that much space to the north here. So there's a really nice person who deeds this area. Though she's been playing a lot less lately. That has thunder. Let me just see, what is it called? Thunder Step or something like that. Thundering Steps. And it's a very large deed. This Thundering Steps is like goes from here all the way. Let's see. So it has the Thundering Steps Villa here. And Thundering Steps takes the whole neck, this whole neck, this really skinny part. It's like almost the whole thing. It's Thundering Steps. Okay, so it goes all along here, and it doesn't end until we get past the next building. Which is that one right there. Right, so this whole area is one deed, and it takes up all the land from both sides, like the whole neck, until about these braziers are just past. Right there, I just exited Thundering Steps. Okay, so that's Thundering Steps takes that whole thing. Oh, show them the Amazing Tavern. Okay, yeah, and all of you guys can see this is really cool. I wonder if I still have permissions here. Okay, you stay here, Orsi. This place is beautiful. Okay, so it's a nice vaulted ceiling, and it's just beautifully decorated with just this amazing view, right? And you can see from this spot here, I'm almost certain that I feel so terrible. I can't remember her name. Who owns this deed? I'll have to go look at the token. Katz, do you remember the name of the person that lives here? I can't remember. But they deeded this spot. I'm almost certain because it has the view of the castle. Because a lot of the design seems to be centered around making sure that that view is there. And the building, you can see that's Vikings building right there. And I'm almost certain from this distance you'll be able to see the building once it's built. Why can't I be this creative? Yeah, wow. And then like there's all these like little interesting things, like the little, so free food and drink, although I have a feeling it might be moldy by now. Yeah. She hasn't been playing much recently. And then it has this upstairs inn, like it's an inn, right? So like all the bedrooms are like this open sort of concept bedroom. And then there's another bedroom back in here, I think, or no, it's a storage little space off, quartered off by this tapestry. And another bed up here, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. This is like nicely hidden, right? Very nice. It's really cool. I really like this place. Oh, and another bedroom over here. That's what I was thinking. This bedroom, like, with the tapestry blocking it off, and probably another one over here. Yeah. Bao is right. Hi, Krushava. Viking, the Nord who had flatulence. Yep. Yep. He lives right over there. Yeah, this is a very nice spot. So yeah, this deed went up really early in the server, and it's been well taken care of. There's like a nice little grove over here with trellises. Yeah, very nice. I've actually never been down here. What's down here? A little path down to the water. This whole area is very steep on either side of the peninsula, and so a lot of ramps are required. I've never been down here. Is this on deed still? Yeah, this is on deed. So this is a sheep pen. Interesting. So she must still be active, just probably not very much because these are freshly planted pumpkins. Right? Yeah. But I just haven't seen her around lately. And you can see this is, well, hold on, let me back up here for a second because I just saw, you see, right in this spot right here. It's weird because you can see this, so maybe you won't be able to see the kingdom when it's from this distance because if I move forward just a little bit, you'll see a building pop in right here. See that? And that's my new smithery building. Whereas Vikings is right on the shore, so it's like several tiles closer. But maybe the kingdom might be just a little bit too far from this spot here to see. It's possible. And then the next deed over is Warpheus's deed. And he hasn't really been that active lately. But his deed is like really on a steep spot, and it's a very, very small little terrace that he has there that he had to expand out. He has enough room for a building or two and like a couple animals' pens, but that's about it. My blacksmithing is, I just hit 90 today, actually. I just hit 90 today. I haven't been grinding it. So to get my blacksmithing up, I've really just been, honestly, I've just been imping my tools up, imping other people's tools up, imping those horseshoes, and I won't even have sleep bonus on. Like, I'll just imp these horseshoes, no sleep bonus. And it just goes up slowly but surely. I'm saving my sleep bonus for other things other than blacksmithing. It's killing you to push it. All you need is to make a project where you're creating a whole bunch of stuff for a purpose. Right? Like, for example, just since I started the stream. Okay, so since I started the stream, because I logged off my character right before the stream and I logged it back on, I've gotten 0.087, and you've been watching me. Like, I haven't been seriously focused on blacksmithing. I like if the whole stream I was like hyper vigilant and I had my sleep bonus on, I would have gotten probably 0.3 at 90, right? Like, it doesn't, you just need like, so like for me, it's like I have these stills. They don't burn long enough. I need them to burn longer. So I'm just going to sit here and imp them. Like, you need to come up with something that is aside from the skill grind that you want to have. So whether it be like a set of stills or whether it be like you want to improve horseshoes for your wagon. So you'll need 16 horseshoes for that. And you want to get all those shoes up above 70. So make up a project that's like that, you know? Because then at the end of the imping, it's like it's not the skill that is the rewarding part. It's that now I have shoes that will make my wagon go. That's the rewarding part. And the skill is just a byproduct of the thing that you actually wanted. We can ruin forages to burn for 6 hours. Can you? Yes, yes. So I'm eventually going to get to that point. My first step is just to imp them. I'll work on the ruins over time. Before I do the ruins, I do want to get my jewel smithing up a little bit more. Oh, not on Xander. My jewel smithing is 42, which is like gonna waste a lot of rift mats to make them. Hey, Kush Blazing, what's going on? You've been mining out a boat tunnel and building bridges for your main road. Interesting. I love that kind of project. Yeah, I love that kind of project, but it definitely, that kind of project takes away from smithing for sure. It's going. Hope the stream is well. The stream is well. The stream is doing very well. Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun. Right now, we're actually just out and about, and hopefully Quentin has settled on. Quentin, have you settled on a place? We've been helping, and I'm completely sidetracked here. Your mining hit 98 the other day. Wow. And MAS. What's MAS? It's 82 now. Oh, masonry, of course. It's 82 now, so it's working on the skills. Yeah, exactly. Right. See, so you know how it goes. You pick a project that's like engaging, that you really want to get done, and 98 mining is nothing to scoff at. That is a lot of mining skill. Unless you're Nin, then you can scoff at it. But you would never. Nin, you would never scoff at that. Did Prime make you that range pole bearer? Oh, that's like an alliance thing. Yeah, that is impressive. Totally. My mining on Griff is just past 91. It's going slowly. But not quite there. Okay, so let's get back to these stills. Let me grab the rest of that 70. Where is that? This. All right. I'm gonna walk really slowly. Actually, you know what? I honestly don't think. I think the copper is going to cool off before I run out. So let's go back like this. 98 is almost done, really. You don't really need much higher than that. That's true. You don't need much higher than that. Which then begs the question, Nin, why? Why? Oh no. Not lit. Oh no, my God, I've been talking too long. My stills are going out. Okay, not all of them though. So stills, come back. Oh, they're all turning off right now. I see them turning off. Right this moment, they're turning off. Okay. Gonna waste another 15 kindling. Yeah, you need 99 money, then stop. So Nin's pointing out that in order to produce 100 quality ore, you need 99.7. Thanks, Kush. Yeah, it's a setup that I got from Gaffer Boffin. Not directly. It was like I was streaming and talking about I wanted to place a whole bunch of forges, and somebody said, "Oh, Gaffer sets his forges up like this," and I'm like, "Huh, that's kind of interesting." I've watched Gaffer several times. I don't think I've seen his forge setup or his still setup, but yeah, I really like it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do that. I want to make a whole bunch of stills anyway, so I'll try to see what it looks like. And when I set it up, it was like, wow, this is really cool looking. And it actually is quite convenient because you can sort of stand, there's a place where you can stand and see all the, well, not all of them, but you pretty much can get to all of them just by rotating the camera. There's the 16th one and there's the first one, so. Let's see. Yeah, I know. It looks like one item, exactly. But in fact, it's 16 items. In before Tesla gone steal that setup for the rocket. Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, it sort of gives that illusion that it's one item for sure, with like lots of pipes coming out of it, and it looks kind of like it's coming out of some steampunk, sort of science fiction-y thing. Okay, where was I? I was at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. When I forgot I have 16 now. Although the 16th is probably still lit because I lit that one much after. Glowing bed of coals. Let me see if I can grab a peat from here. Yep. See if I can salvage the 16th one. Let me stop the burn. Yes. Okay. I have 3 left, so it's probably the 15th, the 14th, and the 13th one. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to fuel each one. Let me just see, so make sure Quentin is doing okay over here. Just a big old booze setup. Yep. Because I've never really gotten into the alcohol making before this, and I was very curious about it. For a long time, I've been curious about it. I wanted to know how the stills work. I've never really learned how the stills work, even. Until I'm like, okay, you know what? It's about time. I'm just going to figure it out. I may not carry that weight. Okay, how much can I carry? 14. Okay, so I fueled the 16th one. So I'm going to just fuel all the others. 1, 2, 3, 4. And every time I do this, somebody mentions that mag priests have a spell that can just light them all. 7, 8, 9, 10, and maybe one day I'll get a mag priest that does that. Oops, did I do 12, 13, 14? Oh no, I didn't do the 12. I'll have to do the 12, 15, and then I wasn't able to carry all of them. So 12. Ooh. I did upload my skills to Nyarja. They're nothing to call home about because while I do skill from time to time and like spend time focusing on skills, I also spend a lot of time doing this where I'm just like not skilling. So there's a little pheasant. Just coming to take a look. Looks like Quentin is taking all the way down to there. Not sure, well, over the highway, okay. Just taking the highway. And up to here, okay. So just this little ridge here. Quentin, if you're here in the chat still, I'd almost recommend moving it back a little bit, only because this area, unless I don't know what's going. You might have like this whole idea in your mind that terrace this area, maybe that might work if you spend a lot of time terracing this hill. But this hill is like this rock right here, and so that's going to be a lot of surface mining. So if that's totally an option, if that's what you're interested in, doing. I know, like, I'm that type of person who's like, yes, give me the side of a mountain, and I will spend all my time on that side of the mountain, surface mining and terracing it. But there is like some relatively flat land, like just over here, like this area here, this spot. And if you move it back, you can still grab and it's still going to be a whole bunch of terraforming because it's, even though it looks flat, it's still quite slanty. From this area over here to that area over here is probably 100 slope or more. Like from here to there, it's like quote unquote flat, but it's like 120 slope or something like that. So there's still a lot of digging and a lot of dirt to get rid of, and then probably you're going to hit rock. And then you can take right up to this corner right here, like maybe take this line here down to here. I don't know how big of a deed you're looking, but if you take this as like your edge, what's nice about that is that then you can have like a building right here in this spot that overlooks this whole thing right this way. This corner, this spot right, this right here is a really nice spot for a building or something that you can put like a nice lookout. And then if you go this way from there, you'll get this whole quote unquote flat area that's not really that flat. It's still quite steep. I know, it's all hill. You know, Melody is all hill. Like, no matter where you are in Melody, you're on a hill. Aside from this desert right here. Even all the steps are hill. This desert's the only one. And even this desert has a ton of hill, but there's like some flat spot. And maybe in this forest, you might say, is like somewhat flat, but everywhere is hill. And like, look in this area. This area, look at this. If you ever have to get through this area, just don't even try. This area here is like non-traversable unless you know the area very well. People do live in here, and they have created systems of tunnels that can get you from one place to another. But I mean, there's like a hidden thing here somewhere. There it is. I'm not sure why they added this in the map, but it's like a built-in spot. Broccoli Hills. This whole area is just a big... When the server just started, and if you found yourself trying to get in through here, there was no getting through here. This is all just hills and valleys and more hills and more valleys and forests and valleys and more hills. It's just a big mess of, and and there's a lot of open undeeded land in this region for that reason. And if you're like a big up terraformer who really likes making cave paths and ramps and bridges, and you could pick a top of a hill and flatten it and make bridges to other tops of hills and stuff like that. Like, this whole area is like designed specifically for that type of building. Yeah, it's painful, but again, it's like, it's a matter of preference, right? Some people look at that challenge and say, yeah, I just want to go and surface mine for years and mine tunnels and build bridges across the valleys, and if you're that type of player, this is the spot for you. And there's just like, even the flat places that look flat, they're not flat. There's like, it's hill. The whole thing is hill. You've died out there so many times. Yeah. The most interesting thing in Broccoli Hills is all the corpses that people who went looking for something interesting in Broccoli Hills. Yeah. Exactly. This whole area is probably littered with people who died so many times trying to get through there. It's a crazy area. It's very unique. You don't really see that very often. Well, Quentin, good luck with your deed. I'm going to head on back to my deed. And maybe this little break might have granted me a little bit of luck. Oh, I'm gonna help you there as well by the thing is that it won't let you deed where there's mobs. And by the look of your gear, you are a fresh new character. Where did that cat go? Here it is. I'm gonna kill the cat for you. You might have been able to take the cat, but I'm going to also kill the hell horse that's up there that'll block. I'm going to kill some of these things for you. Because they'll block you from being able to plant the deed. I won't get up here. Yeah, Melody is a challenging server to deed on, but it's also quite rewarding. Because you can get some nice views and... I'm curious to know if anybody's gotten to the top of that mountain there and deeded up there. That would be an interesting spot to have a deed. Yeah, and as Kat says, welcome to the neighborhood. Okay, so, and rest assured, I'm not normally for... Yeah, this is not a normal Cat's... It was... You know what I think it was? It was like a combination of lack of sleep and just having streamed for 8 hours. So, do you think it's right for Canaan server to have a red line saying new people? Like all servers here, like 2 weeks from the others, never got that. I have a feeling they got rid of that, but yeah, like where the new players come in and there's like a thing that says new players should join Cadence, or it has some line. Does it still have that? It's still there. It's still there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They should get rid of that. What's funny is that it doesn't really take all that much effort to get rid of it. I mean, Harmony is a ghost town, and so honestly, now it's like new players should go to Harmony. There's so much more space there, I bet. And I definitely wouldn't recommend Melody for a brand new player like this server, but it's not impossible for a new player to get by on this server either. So yeah, I don't know why they have a message saying for new players to go to go to Cadence. It is definitely a much flatter server than the other two, so it's like easier to get by. But like we know that once a player chooses a server as their home base, it's like that's it. It's not like they're gonna go shop around after that. Once they found a spot on Cadence and set up shop, it's like that's it. Harmony should definitely be getting some of those new players, I'd say. There should be they should just get rid of it. They should just unbias the choice. All 3 servers have been open for just as much time pretty well now. What, Cadence had what, 3 months? It was 3 months later or something like that. But now all the servers have been open for a year. Cadence is probably coming up to a year soon. The other ones were a year in June or July. July, probably. Maybe they had a meeting. Hey, why make a new game content when we could just pull a sign? New players come here. No. That sign was put up when Cadence came out to funnel new players to there, because at the time there was a lot of people playing this game, and Harmony and Melody both got deeded up like real fast. And I've learned over the time that I've been exploring, Cats, you probably can have been exploring as well and noticed this as well. There seems to have been a lot of people who planted very, very large deeds, like obscenely large deeds all over the place, like deeds with upwards of 20 silver upkeep or more even, just to be like, this is my place. And then not only is it this is my place, this is my square. I want that whole square. and it wasn't on this server. It was on, let's say it was on Harmony, and they'd be like, this is my square, or this is my square. They'll just deed the whole thing. And then, like a month after Harmony's open, it's like the whole thing is just deeded. All the shore is taken. Almost every deedable place is taken. And so a new player coming to Harmony is like walking through the wilderness, just finding deed after deed after deed. You did a 50 by 50 right off the jump? Yeah. And 50 by 50 is still a reasonable size. Like, I'm talking 300 by 300. And I'm not exaggerating. There were some people who went that far on the deeding of places because there was a huge land rush. And people were like, that's my island. And that's my peninsula. And they just took the whole thing. And we're literally putting 300 by 300 deeds down. And of course, those deeds aren't around anymore because who needs 300 by 300? Nobody needs 300 by 300. Like, nobody. You're not gonna fill up 300 by 300 with stuff. Hey Buddha, what's going on? Yeah, you totally remember that. I heard of a dude that does that in Xanadu, but I'm not saying any names. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not putting that type of gameplay down in any way. If you want 300 by 300 and you want to take a peninsula, like, by all means, it's there for you to take. It's just that a very low percentage of people who did that will still be around. Like, they're not doing it because they're in for the long haul. They're doing it because of the immediate gratification of having that much land right now and just saying, this is mine, but not really planning on what they're going to do with that space. I mean, when we got here, we took this small little area, and we've been on this small little area for a while now. I'm in the process of expanding, so I've sort of expanded a little bit, but it's like, we've been able to do stuff on this little plot of land that is enough for us, and we are in the plans of doing more. And so we're of the philosophy of like, okay, I'll take this land, and then over time, we know that deeds will come and go, and space will open up, and that if we need more for something else, we can always get more. Or we might just have to go over there to get a little bit more space or whatever, like just go down the way, build a road connecting this area and another area that we want. I also deeded that other chessboard deed, which was a minimal size deed. Let's see, Xander owns that one. So let's see, what's the chessboard deed? The chessboard deed is 21 by 21. Right? And so I could have, at that time, done a 50 by 50 there. But it was like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm not going to use 50 by 50. Like, I'm not going to spend the time on that deed enough that 50 by 50 is justified. So I'm going to just take what I feel like I need. But, like a lot of people at the beginning maybe didn't know what they needed. They just wanted that space. And I'd even say 50 by 50 is like perfectly fine. It's a reasonable size deed. It would only be like this area here is like really small. Like, so like we had the deed up to that road for the longest time, just from there, and it went from there to the end of the farm. Okay, so not that far, and that's like 28 maybe, I think, or 27 or something like that. And then on the left side, it goes as far as this building, so just to this platform. And then on the right side, it was only to There's a flat tile right over here. That flat tile right there. Okay, so that was like the whole deed for the longest time. And I would say 50 by 50 is like maybe 3 of those sizes. So it's like not that much bigger. Yeah, your 50 by 50 was like, you don't want a new guy putting a 5 by 5 down. And yeah, you can't mine nothing to the water side. Exactly, yeah. I think it took them by surprise how many people wanted to play, and they predicted much less. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm going to go back up. So 794 settlements on cadence, 533 on harmony, and 230 on melody. Okay, so that's like, it's like cadence is filling up, and it looks like harmony might be the place to go for new players now. Really big fields. I think taking care of really big farm fields, I don't know if people understand the, like, that takes time. Like, doing a really big farm field is like if we're talking like 1,000 tile farm, which I know some people like doing the 1,000 tile farm thing. It's a lot of tiles. It takes a long time to take care of that field. And on that day where you have to harvest and replant, boy, that's a job and a half. It takes a whole day. Yeah, just to keep people away initially, yeah. Yeah, so like this is my spot. Everybody stay away. I'll just build up in the middle of the whole thing's deeded, so you out of my local. That's possible. People have the right to do that. I mean, this game allows that. And it does help the game. Like, we can't ignore that fact. If somebody goes to the Wurm shop and buys enough silver to plant a deed that size and put enough upkeep in there to keep it running for a while, that's good for the game. I say they should have opened all 3 servers at one time. Yeah. And I think Casper's response to that particular sentiment, it's that they weren't expecting, they honestly were not expecting the amount of people who, you know, to come and do that sort of thing. They weren't expecting that at all. Okay, so that one's done. Let's do this one. Yeah, you never thought, but you guess your worry is, what if there's no ore where I set up? Well, okay, so there will always be iron. Iron is like relatively evenly distributed everywhere. So there's maybe there's rare locations where there's no iron, but there'll be iron relatively nearby, right? So you were gutted coming back and seeing 13 on Defiance. What if there's no ore where you set up? Hold on, maybe I'm missing something here. You did a massive terraforming job. They're making your base. What do you mean by gutted coming back and seeing 13 on Defiance? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see that Defiance is so not populated right now. Yeah, tons of land on PvP if that's your thing. Yeah, I was not happy. We have 5 alts each, surface mining, 15 people. Yeah. That's okay. I almost feel like that's the thing about PvP in this game is that it's a very fast burning thing. Right? Like we saw at the beginning, PvP was very active. There was a lot of people actively engaged in PvP, built everything up, fought each other, and then that was it. And part of it, I think, has to do with that thing that we were talking about before, where it's like, you know, you come to this game, you build up everything, you do all the work, You build up your fort, you build up your deed, you play the game, and then there comes a point where it's like you've done everything, and then the only thing to do is to do more of the same thing over and over again. And on PvP, it's kind of like that, right? Like, once you've done all the things, you've built up your fort, you've engaged in PvP battles, it's like, okay, well, we could just keep doing that more and more. There's no further progression. And so I guess people get bored and then move on to other games. I know this game was initially like designed to be PvP, but honestly, the thing that keeps people long term seems to be PvE. It seems to be like the big projects, the building the next big thing. 42 settlements in Defiance, yeah. Yeesh. No, open the gates to PvP and PvP, or no, open the gates to PvE and PvP doesn't look. It doesn't look. It was weird coming back to our settlements where we're very haunting, all overgrown and degraded. Plus, all our next door people, it was the same. Yeah, so many amazing looking villages and bases dissolved away. Oops, I need to repair. Yeah, it is sad. And I've been talking so much that my lump is already cold again. Why is that? Why is that? How long have I literally been talking here? I'm going to just put that in there, and then I'm going to fuel up the forge, because maybe the forge is... I don't even know. I don't even know. You know where PvP can come and PvE and all the other way around? Like, yeah, it's true. Like in the old servers, like where Chaos like had a comeback. It's possible there's a comeback, but I honestly don't think it's like related to PvE really. So what causes the comebacks is usually an individual or a group of individuals who just decide, we're doing this. Let's get this going again. Right? Like you get a group of individuals who are like gung-ho about PvP and they get back on and become active, and that attracts a whole bunch of other people who want to also engage in that gameplay, right? And then if those people, the group, the organized group of gung-hoers are not playing anymore, then the rest of the server just dies. Holy, I think I need another 10. 60 ropes. Yep. Okay. So before I spend that, I'm going to bleed my favor. And we'll just try to be lucky here. Let's go. Big casts. So yeah, that's your plan. Set up on PvE properly and then migrate to PvP for some fun. It's a good plan. Right? Because all your skills that you get here are going to be useful there. Yeah, via the portals. Wish they let us have their wagons and hodas would be nice somehow. Yeah, that is true. That is a weird... I mean, it was such a big thing on the old servers, on the SFI, getting the kingdom wagons, and it was a big part of the economy. And it sort of like feels like they never really thought it was that important, or they, for some odd reason, wanted to keep it separated somehow. I'm not sure why. It's not only just like the hodas as well. It's like the kingdom, the guard towers was a big thing. You know, people wanted those guard towers. Let's see, do I have a refresh here? I do. Okay. We'll just need to start calling people out and saying, you are the king of the server. I have 3 Hodas, guard towers unfinished in a magic chest. I can't wait to bring them over here. Yeah. I love the wagons and Hodas. Was so cool. They have tons of good items. I mean, there's been suggestions over the years of allowing PvE to create these sorts of things too. When you have, let's say, you know, like expand on the alliance system so that you have a lot more, you know, of these like unique. So let's say you form an alliance and then you have to, maybe it comes with some cost that allows you to create your own kingdom artwork and then implement them into the game just in a PvE kind of way. I mean, that's been suggested many, many times. Yeah, be so cool. I'm not sure to what level, like how much work that would be. Oh, I need the water too. I honestly don't know how much work it would be to implement some system like this, and but I definitely know that it would create revenue. It would create revenue. Alliances would get together and pool together silver and buy silver specifically so that they would be able to create their own. And then it would cause an economy around these unique flags and banners and wagons and so on and so forth. That would fuel even more silver, right? Like people would buy silver to purchase that supreme such and such alliance wagon because the artwork is so cool and it's going to cost them 80 silver in an auction or whatever. So I do have a sense that it would pay off for them to do something like this. And because they already have a system on Chaos that works like this, it's like it's not going to take, it's not like they're starting from ground zero, from scratch, trying to create something like this. They already have the system in place somewhere else. It would probably still be some work though. Yeah, make people stay longer. More items to make and boost and sell and get things. Yep. You would not mind mycelium over here either. Yeah, me neither. Even locked a deed so we can make hot style villages. Yep. Custom stuff would be great. Yeah. And Cuddy Bear, you're saying, I wish they would add a setting to remove the covers off the wagons. Yes. Yes. Totally. I wish for that too. As it is, it's like you can't see where you're going in third person mode, especially in a wagon. And it would be so nice to just have that cover wagon, like keep the frame. You can keep the frame, but just like remove the cover, like bring it down, be like convertible mode. Yeah, or let us just color the wagon, even if it's like red or black, not green. Yeah, like how you can dye other things. You know, maybe make a wagon where it's just the white cloth that you can dye. Comes out as a white cloth. What's happening here? Repair. I am repairing. Okay, that's weird. Can you color ruin a wagon? I think you can color ruin a wagon, but it just colors the wood. Not it still has the green. And then the other thing about the color ruin is that it's random. Just get some random color. Thank you for the follow, Quentin. And Cuddy Bear. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah. The color ruin is kind of weird. There's an 80 forecast. That's not terrible. take a look at that for a second. Which ruin is it? Just wanna, yeah. I wish there was like a control F in here or something. Okay, it's this one. Okay. So the problem with the color ruin is that it's random, completely random color, and it takes adamantine. Like, honestly, like if I'm gonna spend adamantine, I want to be able to specify the RGB color. But Sinsen was telling me that the reason why one would use that is to dye things that you cannot otherwise dye regularly. And examples are the wagon. Oh, you can see the color before you apply it? Oh, interesting. So you make the ruin, and the ruin comes with a random color. I see. But then if you like, let's say I'm like pink. I want to make my guard tower pink. And then you put together and it's like green. Okay, I put together another one, it's like orange. Okay, put together another one, and it's like, how long until you get pink? And then when you get the pink, is it like the right kind of pink? I suppose then somebody could take all their adamantine, like all of it, and just make tons of ruins, and then just say, here, like for sale, here, pick your color. Is this honestly a good use of adamantine? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's better use for it. Like 500 ruins to get one color, yeah. I mean, the ruins take only 0.2 on a success, right? So like 0.2 kilograms of adamantine for one. Mac is selling color ruins in SFI. So I can see like, because Mac goes to a lot of rifts, and therefore he probably has a lot of adamantine just from that. And then it comes down to like, do I sell the adamantine, or can I make a profit by turning the adamantine into ruins, especially if you have the good skill, and then you can get really high quality ruins, and then create a stock of the colors, and then sell each of those ruins for, let's say, 3 silver, you know? And that'll double your profits on the adamantine. So like, in a sense, it's like color ruin on weapons and then glow ruin them is the best. So when you color ruin them, the ruin doesn't stay on the item. Is that right? Like you can then put another ruin on it, and it's like as if it just got dyed, and then it can take another ruin. That's interesting. You can use a color ruin plus another ruin. Interesting. Right. It just dyes it. Exactly. So that's what I was at. So that's interesting. Okay, so the color ruin goes on, it just dyes it, and it's as if it doesn't have a ruin. And now it's dyed. Interesting. And then you can glow it. So I can see then in a long run, like over time, as the server progresses and ages, and people have gone to hundreds of rifts and have amassed a large quantity of adamantine, I can now see then in that situation, people then using that adamantine to create these color ruins, and then selling those color ruins for more money than the adamantine might cost them, right? So like, just as a base here, right? As Bearclaws puts it, 3 silver for 0.4 lump on the new server. So let's suppose somebody then takes their 0.4 lump, makes 2 color ruins out of it, because each color ruin takes 0.2. and then sells each of the color runes for 3 silver, you just doubled your profit. And then sell the attachment service too, right? So like, yeah, totally. Make it like a guaranteed attachment. So for this, it'll require good skill, right? Because you don't want to fail on the creation of the rune, because you'll lose some of the lump. And then you also don't want to fail on the attachment, because then you'll lose 0.2. Yeah, tons of coin in it. You could, so like, so let's suppose you're doing this for color runes, and then you're going to need all of the skills, because you don't know what you're going to be attaching onto. It could be a metal item, it could be a wood item, it could be a leather item, it could be whatever. So what skills are you going to need? You're going to need high fine carpentry, high jewelry smithing, high stone cutting. Those are to create the runes. You're going to need high wood cutting, prospecting, and mining just to get the rift mats at high quality. Then you're going to need high soul depth for the attachment. Hey, Sinsen, what's going on? We're talking about your favorite subject, adamantine color runes. It could go very bad for the guy making the runes and the attachments. It could, but if you're like riding 95 plus skill in all of this, and all of the ones I've just mentioned there, and then soul depth, let's say your soul depth is 70, you have a really high chance at creating high quality runes that always attach. Yeah, and Sinsen is a rune making master over here. Ugh. I should be focusing more. But that's the way of streaming. Totally get distracted. So we're thinking 5 years skilling up on the new servers. I mean, depends. I wouldn't doubt if some people already have, you know, most of the way. What was I doing here? I want like a lot in here. Okay, I don't want that many. I wanted 60. How much is 60 again? I forget. Yeah, that's good. 5 or 450 is a good amount. A favor. Okay, so the 12th, we're getting close, guys. It's like 3 more stills to get up to 70. You stumbled your way to 99 jewel crafting rings for the group, right? Exactly. Right, so the Nin is a skilling up machine. And jewel smithing is not so bad. It goes up quite quickly, and especially when you're doing it for a purpose. Right? You have a group of people who need really nice quality rings for the enchantment stuff. If we're talking rune making skills, you got 90 stone cutting, 91 jewel smithing, 94 fine carpentry, 46 soul depth. Right? So like already, this has only been a year, and people are already kind of there. Yeah, on the new server, Sinsen is Borkstescore, who is the pizza guy. You might know him as. Nin is also on the new servers. So when she says she got 99 jewel smithing, that's on the new servers. By the way, Nin also has 99.99. Is it a third 9? Yeah, 999 mining. Yeah. On the way to 100 in mining. This is on the new servers, yeah. So yeah, it's people can get there. There are ways to get there. It requires a lot of playing, I'm sure. Yes, Nin is Merwin. So I'm definitely not in that category of skilling up. I'm like in another group. I'm in that group that still focuses on skilling up and like the optimizing things, but I don't nearly spend that much time on it as other people do. 99.999, yeah. Now, Nin, you have a female avatar, but I don't know for like I don't know. Actually, you know what? You don't have to say anything. Right? That's an awkward question. I'm sorry. Or rather, you got 89.8 stone cutting. Gonna push the rest to 90 now. You stopped at 89.8? I'm the same way. I had stopped on my blacksmithing at 89 point something for the longest time. And it's like, look, just imping these. I'm not even using sleep bonus. And just tonight, all I've done is imped these stills from 60 to 70, and I've gotten 0.11 skill just now, and I'm definitely not focused on it. Oh, I'm getting a little bit better luck now. Rune attached difficulty is 60, so rune quality versus soul depth. Yeah. So you kind of want your soul depth up there. Time to fill pans. Yeah, I'm working on my 90-90 set. Oh, the shoes? Whoops, what am I doing? The shoes are, well, I am gonna probably have a set of 90 for my riding. I don't know about my cart, you know, like, so why I'm making the shoes is because, so Cats has that horse market, and I have a merchant there that originally the plan was just have that merchant stocked with horse gear, and it sort of like go hand in hand with the market, the horse market. And so I'm trying to get that merchant stocked up again because all the horseshoes got sold. And I want to create a nice stock. I already have a set of 90 shoes on my main horse, just my riding horse. But I don't know, like if the cart can go 35 without 90-90 shoes, and then putting the 90-90 shoes makes it go 37, I might just take the 35 with 70-70 shoes and then sell the 90-90 shoes for a decent amount of money. I mean, once the cart can go 35, like that's just blazing speed. And I know that like you were saying, your cart goes 42 kilometers an hour, and that's super blazing speed. And I don't know. I feel like 35 is enough to get me places. So I think I'll leave it there. You almost got that in 70 Mind Logic. Also, ooh, you're a madman. Yeah. So you're looking at the skill list. And Barraclaws, you're 10 in the skill list. Boy. Do you even need a riding horse at 37? I don't remember last time I used one. I know, like, that is true. If your cart can go 37, why even ride a horse? It is somewhat true. But hell horses are a pain sometimes, right? Like especially if you're doing things like building. Yeah, or crafting near them. They have a real hard time. But you're right. You're right. You know, like if you have a cart that can go 37, why even ride a horse? I'll have to think about it. If we're fighting, you should be riding, not driving. That's true. But on the other hand, if you're going out on a hunting trip, you want to bring back the mats, right? Like, so every time I go on a hunting trip, I'm always on a wagon. Not a wagon, but I'm always on a cart. I'll always use a cart on a hunting trip. And there'll be tons of little pouches and stuff to bring all the stuff back. Okay, so Nin has a really good point. If you're traversing hills, you can lead a horse down a slope. Getting a horse down a mountain is much easier than getting a cart down one. That is super true. So I guess it depends on what you're doing and where you're going to go. So since then, what are you mining now at skill? Sandstone or gold? Yeah, I'd probably recommend both of those at 90, high 90s. Either one of those. Boy, are these both damaged? Cannot improve with that. Metal needs to be glowing. Ugh. Why? Did I not heat it up long enough? You know what? I'm just gonna put that in there. And we're gonna take the stuff that's been in here for a while. Let's just see, there's the 70 stuff. I think sandstone is better for skill gain at your skill. You're doing gold. Okay, the fact that you can easily mouse over, dismount, carry a 60-liter volume storage, as well as have a better turning radius. Yeah, the storage is really where it comes in handy. Like on a hunting trip, I would be butchering corpses. Like I'd be taking so many corpses out and butchering them to the point where even just filling a wagon with 100 corpses is just not enough space. You know, like I need rafts filled with backpacks, filled with pottery bowls, and you know, that sort of amount of space. To use your cart on your hunting trip too, not sure why a horse is better. You can 1v1 champion troll on your cart. Yeah. With hunting, it's like once your skill is in the 70s for fighting, and then you have like decent enough gear, then it doesn't really. You can be on a cart and be perfectly fine. I know like horse gives you a little bit of advantage with the extra height advantage, but you can get the height advantage on a cart if you position yourself correctly. So it's like only a small advantage on a cart. On a horse, I mean. Let's see. So just 14 and 15 now. And let's do a little bit more sacking. I'm going to have to go on a rope making binge after this. Griff, fighting on a cart or wagon actually lowers your fighting skill. Yes, I know. It's not your fighting skill that it lowers, but it lowers your combat rating I think it's a wash. I could be wrong. Somebody could correct me here. Okay, so for new players, for instance, would be able to use less actions on the fighting window. Yes, so like less, like, yeah, because your combat rating's lower. Does it? Yeah. Fighting actions lock up. Right. I'm not advocating that fighting on a cart is better for new players. If you're just starting out and you're just trying to get into fighting, the optimal situation is to do this on a horse. Like just riding a horse. So get your body control to 21, get on a horse and go on a hunting trip to get your fight skill up. And for a while, you're going to be focusing on just getting your fight skill up. And that's where I am with Xander. So Xander is like still on that. He's just starting, in fact. Let's see, what is his fight skill? 17. Right? So if I'm on Xander, I'm going to be on a horse fighting. But then that comes at a cost, right? Because then you're not going to be able to harvest the materials from your hunting. Most of the time, you're just going to bury everything. Hey, Valiance. You just woke up. Nice. Yeah, or a donkey now, exactly. That's a good point. Donkeys are there for you before 21 body control. I wonder, do the donkeys give the same height advantage as a horse? And since then you said you got a 4-speed Mimi mule that I can give away to some newbie with less than 21 body control if anyone wants hunting. Ooh. That's a offer up on the table there. Since then has a mule with some speed traits. Just get a halter rope and ride a horse while leading 3 others with saddlebags. Can put stuff in them to carry. Right, but yeah, I still wouldn't have enough space for my type of hunting trip, but some people might have enough space in saddlebags. I mean, saddlebags can carry quite a bit, I do have to say. But what really gets the saddlebags is the leather. If you want to bring back boatloads of leather, let's say I wanted to get as much, 50 plus quality leather. No, I'm not saying this. So this is This is my priest, my alt priest. So I'm not doing any hunting with Xander. That's for sure. Let's see. What's my fight skill on Griffith? So Griffith is just under 76. Right, so I'll go out there and I'll kill like 500 mobs or something, 600 mobs, and butcher them all and bring back all the bits and leather and stuff. Like if I'm gonna go out there to go hunting to gather, I want it to be worth my while, and I want to be able to bring back all of the bits, all the meat, all of the everything. Right. I'm not aiming for fight skill. Definitely not doing. Fight skill is a byproduct of that. I mean, there are people out there who like go for fight skill. I've seen the fields of just dead corpses of people who are just going for fight skill. I'm not that type of player. I feel every time I kill a mob, if I leave its corpse, I just feel like I'm losing out on something. I'm like a collector, hoarder. I love the bringing home all the things. And then I use all the things. This is my low quality meat bin. And that's not even that much. I use a lot of it. I use a lot of that. That's not that much compared to what it was before. Whoops, what am I doing? And then I have my high quality meat bin. And then I have my animal bits bin. And I've been doing the natural substance grind on Xander, and I'm still like not fully there. Like, and this was from maybe 2 hunting trips. And my hunting trips would be like just I go out there, I bring my tent, I bring my bedroll, and I'm out there for like several, like maybe a week or something like that. And I'm roaming around, I'm going from hunting ground to hunting ground. And I'll like sleep in my bedroll and I'll get back up and do more hunting. And when I get back, and I have to keep the meat from rotting, right? So I'll wait a few days and then I'll spend a day filleting it all. Getting my butcher skill up, flay. That resets all the decay timer. So I have another couple days before it's going to start decaying again. Ooh, shatter. So maybe it's not a week. Maybe it's like 4 days or something. You've been grinding fight skill on SFI to be able to join small unique slings. So what fight skill are you going for? And healing covers to crafting window would be really good addition, although from what I understand, the effort to put it in compared to the payoff is just not there. Sorry, mules is what you're asking about. Mules. Donkeys can't pull wagons, they can be hitched, but mules are better than bison, or rather they're equally good, but they can be geared. Okay, so better. That sounds like better to me. So they have the bison pull bonus. Yeah, then you're aiming for loot, not skill fighting. Yeah. I'm definitely not, yeah, like it's, my fight skill is not that big, right? Like getting to 70s really quick. You can probably get to 70 in a couple days of fighting, and then getting to, like after that, everything goes down. Like all the amount of skill gain you get per mob is like 10% of what it used to be. And so, yeah. 70 plus was the goal for grinding. You don't grind anymore. Yeah. But Dude Jensen, what are you grinding? Like you're saying you're grinding for the unique to get into small groups. What kind of skill do you need to sort of participate in that? I would guess it's above 70 though. So I'm feeling like for me at a unique slaying with this skill, I don't really do too much at a unique slaying. I probably don't even hit it. Or if I do, it might be once. I'm pressing the wrong button here. But like if I was in a group where it's like only 10 people at a unique slaying, like you feel like each person's gonna have to pull their weight. You need mind speed to hit more often. Yes, however, grinding mind speed is not like for the faint of heart. But mind speed does help with combat for sure. Strength would come into play at 75 fight skill. And Jingekko, you're saying you hit a wall. It felt like you hit a wall at 78. Depends on your weapon quality and body strength. But 70 fighting and 50 weapon skill is a minimum. That's not that much. But it's not like you can have 10 people with those stats, 70 fighting and 50 weapon skill, and good gear. Could 10 people with those stats be able to take out a unique on their own? I almost feel like you'd need a little bit more than that. And boy, I must say, earlier today I was super lucky with the casts. Super lucky. I can show you what I casted before. Not on the horseshoes. But I got probably 5 or 6 casts that were above 97 in a very short period of time. And then I also got a 101 cast. And I must have been casting just now twice as long, and all I got was these ones. Twice as long, and I've only got these ones. I'm saying I'm like 5 casts above 97. Or 97 or above. In half as much time as I've taken to get these ones. So I'm being, this is really unlucky right now. So it depends on the unique. 10 folks with 90 silver huge axes with 90 nim and rotting touch or bloodthirst versus a drake, sure, versus a dragon, no. Interesting. Okay, so there's like tiers of the uniques. I don't know this stuff because I don't really fight the uniques very often. At the public sayings, I just show up and there's like 200 people and we're all swinging at it. That's my experience with the uniques. Yeah. And like on Griffith, on the old servers, he didn't fight a single unique until like, I want to say like last year or something like that. It was his first time of fighting any unique. Yeah, and so but he has like 81 fight skill or something like that. And that's like, I didn't really do that many hunting trips on Griffith on the old servers. I never played that kind of way like I'm playing here. And so that was just, getting 81 was like literally just the length of time that I've been playing. And just fighting randomness along the way. Public slayings are not worth the effort. You spend more time getting to the place. They are for the right kind of blood, I'll tell you that. And on the new servers, the mats sell for a good amount of money. So I know maybe on the old servers it's not worth it monetary wise, but let's say I take Xander and Griffith, so 2 characters, and I bring them to unique slaying on the new servers. I could walk away with 20 silver worth of mats. Sell it for 20 silver, so it could be worth the time. Could be worth the time. It depends on the blood, of course. It depends on the... Right, but let's say each of us get... Like, okay, so like there's an upcoming red dragon public slaying. Okay, so each character is going to get maybe 0.04 scale or 0.03 scale or something like that, depending on how many people show up. And then... Whoops. And then each person is going to get a red dragon blood potion, which who knows how much those are going to be worth. There's going to be a lot of competition on buying those things up. So I wouldn't put it past people trying to buy them for 5 silver each. Just to be the person who gets them. I might be one of those people. Because honestly, I really want red dragon blood. 7 or 8, I know. They're so rare. And there's going to be a lot of people going to this thing. So, just for being in local, And you kind of have to meet the stat requirement. I think, Nin, you were telling me this before. You need, was it 50 fight skill? Or 30 body strength? Or for the scale drop. Okay, so everybody gets the blood? Just premium for the blood. Okay. So let's say you just want the blood, or 7 or 8 silver each. Okay, so all you need to do is, make sure that you're watching the forums. Find out when the public slaying for the red dragon's going to be, and where it's going to be, and then show up. And I don't even think you need to take a swing at it. I think you just need to be in local. Correct me if I'm wrong. And you will get a blood when the thing dies. Okay, so the Slayer portion of the scale drop is 70 fight skill, 30 or so body strength or body control, or be a priest. They definitely won't sell for that much on SFI. And the reason is because there's been so many of them up to this point. But you got to remember, this is the very first Red Dragon public slaying. So up until this point, I think there might have been 1 or maybe 2 red dragons, and they've all been private slayings where they were small groups of individuals who probably brought out all their alts to get all of the potions and then used them all on their own tools, right? So like all of that stuff is outside of the market. So right now, like anybody who wants to buy Red Dragon Blood potion, it's like it's not available. It doesn't exist. And so this is going to be the first public slaying where potentially 250 people are going to show up. So there's going to be 250 potions up for grabs, and everybody's going to want them, right? Like everybody's going to want them. So it's going to be a supply-demand craziness going on here. And people are going to be vying for being the person who buys them all up. So people are going to say, I'll buy them for 7 silver. No, I'll buy them for 8 silver. No, come to me. I'll pay 10 silver for each one. And everybody's like trying to buy them all up. It's going to be like frenzy. Oh, this is all just rumor. I think that it's... Everybody keep your ear to the ground about to the forums. If it becomes... Yeah. So we'll cross our fingers and hope for it. But this is all hypothetically speaking right now with potential. But honestly, I feel like with this type of dragon, it's like wouldn't I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know the whole logistics of it all. But it would be nice to get a lot of this blood on the server. Yeah, it would be nice to get a lot of this blood on the server. I suppose, like, if you make it private and you only have a small group, then that small group gets a lot more scale. And that might be just the thing that is more valuable. And then everybody gets the potion, and you can bring your alts, and let's say you premium up 10 alts and bring them to your private slaying, and you get 10 potions, and that's enough for your rope tool, and then you're happy. Okay, we're talking about making the next one public ourselves because everybody wants fully imbued rope tool. Yeah, it's only 1 or 2 tools per private killing. Right. Right, because the private killing you don't have as many people, and this way you get... Trust me, like, if a red dragon becomes public, you're going to have upwards of 250 people, possibly even more, show up for that slaying. When the blue was there was a blue dragon not too long ago that was public, and there was over 250 at that slaying. Rope making, have to love it. I know, totally. I will probably be trying to buy up as many of those bloods as I possibly can if there does become one. Canaan's first public black dragon was 264 people. Yeah. And the server cried, "It's much better now, Jingekko. They fixed that stuff." So at the last rift that I went to on Cadence, which was not recently, but maybe a month ago, there was almost 200 people there, I think. It was like really busy, but there was no lag. But I remember the days where you would go to a rift on Cadence and it was like fighting with the lag, like 10-second lag. So they fixed something and made it a lot better. And then at the Blue Dragon slaying, which wasn't that long ago, at most a month ago, and there was like the similar kind of amount of people, 260, maybe 250, and there was no lag. It's not a single bit of lag that I noticed beyond like the regular, however long it takes to open up this window with the refreshing at the bottom. So they fixed something. Zulitech Scream complained a lot and posted about fixing the lag and rifts. Yeah, I remember that. But they fixed it. I'm pretty confident in saying that the lag has been mostly fixed. I did go to the Melody Rift recently, the most recent one. And there was only 15 people at the Rift. But it was fun nonetheless. You've not been to a Rift with more than 60 people. Yeah, the Cadence Rifts were at the beginning of the Rifts. Were terrible. Terrible lag. Yeah, in a while anyhow, yeah. I think Cadence still has a pretty big turnout. Or at least they did in July. So last month. We're coming to the end of the stills. I think at the end of the stills, it is getting quite late, but I might move over to horseshoes. This might take just a couple more imps here. Oops. Ugh, I hate that thing with the... You cast... Like, if I'm casting, let's say, Circle, and then I cast Dispel, Dispel kind of overrides it. It's kind of weird. I don't know. And I remember when they added that feature and they were saying it was for something else. Like, they added it because of something else. But it causes a lot of problems, and I don't know why it's the way it is. And there's a couple things that do that, like sacrificing. Like if I'm in the middle of casting and then I hit sacrifice, the sacrifice action takes over. The casting gets cut off. All right, I think I'll do one more imp on that one. I'm just gonna make sure everything is... Let's see if anything's less than 72, I'll imp it. This one's 71. Why isn't that imping? I have to repair it. I'll imp that one, then I'll imp number 10. This one needs repairing and then imping a little bit more. Ugh, damage it, damage it, damage it, over and over. Using all my ropes here. But in the end, we'll get a good, decent stock of horseshoes. Boy, this one really just does not want to be imped. It wants to be damaged. Like I do find you get in this rut, like an item gets into a rut. Like you can imp it and it's going up perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden, for some odd reason, it's like you can damage it like 10 times in a row before it keeps going. Okay, back to where I was, and now I want to imp it one more time. Yes, it imped, okay. And then this one, and 10. Well, 10 got above 72. Fatigue, you have 4 hours, 33. What's mine at? 11 hours. Whoops, what am I doing? But can you get a skill tick before it runs out? Hi, Game and Rayan. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over and get Xander to cast a Wisdom of Venora. Brown, and I'm going to dispel that. The answer is no. And by skill tick, you're referring to mining skill tick. The ones that happen so infrequently at your skill. So I can just imagine Nin is there in front of pickaxe skill. Okay, yeah. Right, you're trying to get to the 100. Are you at that point where it's like you're at one more will bring you to the 100, or are you still a few ticks away? Nin is about to hit 100 pickaxe. 3 ticks. Okay, in 3 ticks, Nin will reach. And the question is, within if Nin keeps hitting the thing for 4.5 hours straight, well then at 3 hours you're going to get another hour back, so that's going to be 5.5 hours straight. Will you get 1 tick? And the answer is probably not. Although you can be lucky, and the next action that you do, you've been at it for 14 hours. Holy crow. But maybe it's going to be the next one, or the next one after that. Boy. I'm going to give Griffith a Wisdom of Venora. So Wisdom of Venora is a spell that will reduce my fatigue by a little bit and give me a little bit of sleep bonus. And I'm hoping that I can just slowly fill his sleep bonus this way. You have Nin chained to my gold mine. Yep. And Oblivion said it took him 44 hours to get the last tick for medium metal shield to hit 100. Holy crap. Can you imagine just grinding away for 44 hours just to get 1 skill tick? And now you are a 0.000008% better at that skill. Okay, so what happened? So it landed. How much fatigue? How much did I get here? Oh, I got a little bit. Fatigue. My fatigue went down by 42, well, 40 minutes. I lost 40 minutes of fatigue, but I did not get 40 minutes of sleep bonus. That's a ripoff. But that's okay, because I'm going to go to bed and I'm going to get those 2 hours. It's going to be back to 12 hours when I wake up. Because as I said, this is my skill. This is my game. Like how I play is I'm doing a lot of this. Running around, walking around, not doing anything. I never have fatigue problems. Like ever. I think most people are like that too. I would say that most people who play this game never have to ever worry about fatigue. Okay, so now that the stills are done, I'm just going to put the copper away because I'll save the 90 copper for later. So maybe I'll get a lot more 90 copper and use it to improve those stills even further. See, that 75 copper can go into here. And I guess that lump is that lump. Okay, so let's improve some of these shoes. So I also, so these are the casts I was getting before. So I cast on some chisels. Hey, Sariel. Ooh, what's this? Hold on. Sorry, just give me a second. Oh, that was from a while ago. I missed that. Oh, the building? Yeah, let's take a look at it. I just finished it. I'm very happy with how it turned out. Um, for the longest time, the building only came up to here, the second story of it, and it was just sitting like that for, gosh, I don't know, months and months and months, half a year possibly. And the whole time I was like, okay, this will be my building for my crafting, my station. I'll finally get around to it, but for the longest time I've been using the factional fight workshop for forever, which was just a hodgepodge of just stuff. And so just recently, maybe like a couple weeks ago, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna finally finish this building. So I set to work. The whole time, the idea of this building was that down here would be a storage area, which it hasn't quite yet turned into a storage area, but I'm like imagining crate racks all up here and down here and BSBs of stuff and just putting a whole bunch of storage, stone shards and logs and stuff like that down here. Hey Valiant's back with your coffee. Nice. And then like a little balcony so we can access all the stuff up here. And then this brings us into the brewery, which again, I'm not set on whether or not this is going to stay here. This might move eventually. If I ever make an underground place, this might move to the underground. So another thing that this could be used for is it could be for the casting. So like this setup, this pre-setup that I have in this corner here might very well be moved over to that building over there. And yeah, so kind of like it. I kind of like how this turned out. The whole, like, ever since we built the beginning, this bridge was planned. This bridge here to be flat, a bridge that leads from this, ramp here straight across to the top floor of this building. That was planned. So we had terraformed this so that this would line up perfectly with the third floor or whatever, the fourth floor. Is it the third floor? Yeah, the third floor of this building here. Can we see there at the front? Okay, yeah, sure. I'll go over to the farm. That way it's not so far down looking up at it. That's what it looks like from the front. I tried to do some symmetry thing there, but also asymmetric. Asymmetry is like a little bit of a pattern, but a little bit different on either side. Yeah, nice and open. This whole thing here, this whole hallway, you can see the view. And then the smith area also has a nice view. So yeah, that's my new building. All right, I'm gonna just imp some horseshoes a little bit, and I'm probably bleeding my favor here. So let's keep that going. And what was this? Cat's test character. Cats, are you still awake? Boy, oh boy. I think it's you. You were running on fumes like hours ago. I can't imagine. Yeah, cats are still here. Like I feel like yesterday night I was streaming till late, but I got a good amount of sleep. I probably got 8 hours of sleep last night. So I felt good waking up this morning. And then it's 2 a.m. right now where I am. And I probably don't have to get up till 10:30 or so. It's probably when I wake up. So that's like 8.5 hours if I go to sleep now. I got a little bit of time, I think. She's face down on the keyboard. Going for the keyboard imprint on the face point, yeah. At the same time. Yeah. So, as I was saying, earlier today, I was like casting for maybe an hour with Xander. And I got really lucky. I casted all these trowels. This 96, 98 Circle of Cunning trowel. Casted that one. I got this 97. I casted all these chisels. With a 98 and a 95. I casted another chisel with a 91 Circle of Cunning. 101 Wind of Ages. Bright and shiny over here. There you are, cats. Not sleeping at the keyboard. So I got all these casts, and I was like thinking, wow, my casting's gotten a lot easier now. But since the stream started, let's see. This is what I've casted. These ones since the stream started. And I did these ones before the stream as well. So these ones, I also did not all, but some of these shoes, and some of them were in the 90s as well. So I got the 99. I got the 99 earlier today and the 97, but I think the other 90s were already casted. Might have gotten one other 90, and then a bunch of the other ones as well. Did I end up linking cats, the hitching post file? Oh, I didn't. Thanks for reminding me since then. I will link those to you. You don't have to watch them until you get a good night's sleep, cats. After you get a good night's sleep, you can watch this. But let's look at this. Hello, it's like me on my stream looking at my stream. Go away, go away. Okay. It was. Why does that look like that? I'm trying to think. When was this? This wasn't. Oh, because this one is the one that's happening right now. That's why. That's why it looks like that. It was this one, right? It was 6 days ago. So it wasn't yesterday. No, it was 6 days ago. Hold on, let's pause this. Let's mute it. Okay, where was it? It was somewhere near the end. It was here. Okay, so I don't know if you saw that me putting my finger to my mouth because I was like confused. You're telling me about this. Okay, so it's probably somewhere in this vicinity. I'm coming back and you were saying, let me see, I can do it by your chat. Okay, it's even before this, right? Okay, it was at, jump to that. Riddle. And it might have been just even before that when you started saying, like, hey, I know a way of making a public horse market self-serve, so a player can come when you're not there and purchase a horse from your market on their own and lead it off the deed without using pens, without using the 1x1 pens or even any pens whatsoever. And it was somewhere around here, and I'm like, trying to figure it out. And there was a while where I was just trying to figure it out on my own, but I didn't. So somewhere in this region here, let me just skip to this point, and copy. And I'm going to put that in You know what? Cats, I'll just DM you it on when you get a chance after a good night's rest. Watch this section, and you can fast forward through it to where like he reveals exactly how it's done, and then I play around with the system, and it seems to work out pretty good. So if there's going to be a new horse market being made, it might be something to look into as a possible way of organizing it. Okay, and I probably need to fill up on my water. And I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding my... it's already bled. It's gone. Okay. Let's just dispel and cast. And I'm going to put Xander away after this cast. Yeah. And this is like no lead permissions. So nobody has lead permissions yet. Right? I'm not sure, Cats, if you... Do you have lead permissions on? So that the person can lead them? Because this would even be an improvement then in that case. Because you can get rid of that. Yeah, the lead permission is not good, especially due to security issues that you talked about. Yeah, and you do have lead permissions. Okay, so SynSend's solution will allow you to not to have lead permissions turned off, yet the person who buys the horse will be able to lead just the horse that they bought and no other horse. Like, that's pretty cool. And you don't have to build pens. What sorcery is this? Yeah, so let me link it. I'll just anybody who wants to like copy that link and you can watch through the VoD. I think this is the way horse markets of the future will be. Because it's a really nice system, and it's like a feature that came with hitching posts, but because I guess hitching posts are in the new-ish category of like when did hitching posts become a thing in this game? Was it over 2 years ago or under 2 years ago? Probably under 2 years ago, right? Oh, the branded horse issue that you discussed. Wait, what branded horse issue? About how people can lead away your branded horse with the deed. Oh, right, right. So if the deed has lead permissions for everyone, so like you just let lead permissions, then is it that if I have a branded horse, let's say, I know you remembered, you did explain it, and all I was thinking was that's horrible, but now I can't think of the details of exactly the situation in which you are at risk. But let's suppose like I have my branded horse and I bring it over to your market on which you have lead permissions that somebody can lead my horse away, right? It's like some specific situation, but it does lead to a problem if lead permissions are on. Yeah, someone can steal my horse, right? So like if I'm over on Katz's deed who has lead permissions because of the horse market, and I get off my horse and have it sitting there, somebody could then go and lead it. Deed permission overrides animal permissions. Right. And I feel like that shouldn't happen if the horse was branded. You know, like that doesn't seem right. So potentially this is a solution for that. So when you complained about this to the dev, they fixed it by adding a new option in animal permissions. Okay. But then that means that I'll have to go into my own animal permissions and know what I'm looking for to prevent that from happening. It seems like such a niche. Okay, they added an option to deny all for everyone. Okay, but then you have to then click that. I feel like you told me this and I said, oh yeah, I should do that, but then I never probably did. Right. So they can lead it but couldn't ride it. They can ride it. Yeah, they can once they have it led, then they can ride it. And then they can ride off with your stuff. Kill your horse, take your gear is probably what would end up happening because the horse will still be branded. Okay. Let's do this for science. And while you're saying all this, I should probably... Oh, I'm carrying all my stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me just put the water back. And this over here so I can... So I can run. Okay. So let me just look at the permissions, but I won't do it so that you can demonstrate how this is working. But so you're saying for the everyone tab, I have to click the deny all option, which I didn't do, even though you told me to do it. And I was probably like, oh my gosh, that's terrible. I should do that, but then I never did it. Yeah. And it's like if I'm told to do it and I don't do it, like what are the chances that people who aren't told will do it? So yeah, Sinsen is right. It won't be an issue with his setup. Okay, so I'm on the deed now. Okay, so let's say I disembark. And let's just make sure. I think the only people who have permission are... Okay, so now follows you. Now can you ride my horse? Okay, but once it's led by you, then I can't lead it. I like literally would be panicking right now if you were a complete stranger. Because all my gear and the horse are now being led by you, and I don't have the ability to get it back. Okay, but you're not allowed to mount it. Okay, so you can't... Didn't think she could ride it. Yeah. What about if you take it off the deed? No, that's not the problem. The problem is the permissions of the horse. But the fact that you can lead it means you can take it and put it behind a pen or something like that. I don't think she'll be able to kill it. Can you ride it when it's off deed? No. You need to stop leading it to kill it. So no, you can't kill it. And I don't think you can kill it, can you? Or can you? You might be able to... See if you can like right click and attack. I don't think I can do it because it's like... Hold on. That's weird. Let me just see. Am I actually attacking my horse? Yeah, it seems like I can attack my horse. Can you attack the horse? I know it's not about killing. Oh, okay. Ah, stop it. No. But I can attack my own branded horse. Okay, of course. That makes sense. But now the question is, can you attack it? Because if you can attack it, that's a severe problem because it's not only that you can lead it away, you can then lead it away and kill the horse so that you can loot the gear off of it. Okay, you cannot attack the branded animal. Okay. So I'm just trying to think. The worst thing would be that they lead it away, which is terrible, obviously. But I'm just trying to think the incentive now for the person to lead it away from you would only be to cause the other person like anxiety or grief, because that person cannot profit off that horse in any way. They can't ride it, they can't take the gear, they can't sell it, or they can't profit off of the horse in any way. They can starve it. True. Now, what if I care for it? Will it starve? Can it still starve if it's cared for? It's probably it can starve, right? Okay, so they might have changed something so you can't ride it. It's possible. It's still scary enough that they can lead it away. So I'm going to do that right now. Everyone deny all. Yeah. Oh my god. But that denied all for me too. Now I lost nice one since then. 90 stone cutting. Sweet. I just think I messed up something. Because now I don't have permissions for my own horse. It shouldn't deny me. I know it shouldn't deny me. Hmm. Good question. Manage body. Manage animals. Okay. It's there. On deed hitch. Okay. Manage permissions. Nope. Did not work. Manage animals. Maybe I have to bring the horse back onto my deed. Yeah, go to my deed. Boy, this is like scary stuff. And it seems like something that should be resolved. Yeah, but I denied all, which would remove it from Xander too. But the horse is still in my and still branded to the deed, right? So nope. Weird. Now I'm afraid to get off my horse. Manage animals. Honestly, deny all should not prevent one like why is there an option that if you accidentally click that thing you lose permission to your horse? That shouldn't even be an option. No. Now I don't want to get off of it. The setup with all permissions is horrible to maintain. This no, this tune is not mayor, so let's bring on the mayor. This is sad settings, I know. The mayor is Firan. So maybe the mayor can. Yeah, with the mayor, right? Ugh. Manage animals. Whew, okay. So the everyone deny all is definitely not. It's not good for. Yeah, okay. Whew, got it back. Okay. It's not good for if there's multiple people in the deed. Yeah, you want to get off your horse if you ride it somewhere on someone's deed. Can you brand it again? No, okay, I fixed it. It's all good. Everything's good. Whew. So it's like a mayor thing. Well, I think Griff, all you need to do is add Griff to the list manually. Ah. Let me just see what's in here. Oh, I see. Griff is not I see what you're saying. Griff is not manually added to the horse. And that would fix it. You're right. I feel like there should be a better solution to this. Well, let's see. Can I add myself? Yep. And I give myself manage permissions. Okay, let's try this now. Deny all. Okay. Yes. I see. So now I do have. I see. I guess it was just because I was a member of the deed in which this horse was branded that allowed me to have it before. Okay, so now with deny, I'll come back to your deed. Okay, let's see how it is now. Right, it's like so weird. It almost should just be that if the deed is branded. Oh, that's you, Do Jensen. Yeah, it should be that if the horse is branded, that should just override everything. In the same way that cart permissions override deed permissions, right? Okay, so now what does it say? Yeah, like you don't have this problem with a cart. Like if I take a cart over to somebody else's deed and disembark from it, the cart permissions override the deed permissions. So it's no option for you to lead now. Okay, that's good. Okay, so that horse is fixed. Okay, I'll have to go through the other horses and fix that up too. If you have 50 silver and items on a horse that just somebody can lead away, it's a bad thing. 100%, really bad thing. Like the horse, while might have sentimental attachment, and it might be like a nicely traded horse, like that can be somewhat easily replaced. But what if you had a supreme saddle and some rare horseshoes? You know? Now I'm even more glad that I don't use a riding horse. Yeah, like the permissions of the cart really are well done. They just really lock down everything into the cart. Yeah, there's tons of animal marks out there with leading permissions. Many impelongs have deeds with lead permissions so people can move their horses around. Yeah, totally. I often when I go to places like impelongs, I'm always on a cart. Okay, sure. If you don't have the permissions for the cart set properly, and you took somebody else's cart and the permissions aren't good, then you can lose it for sure. But the permission system really does allow you to decide, like as long as you go through the permissions. But the problem with this situation is that you can be going through this permission system for the horse very meticulously, like saying, okay, I want this person, I want that person. But unless you know that you need to deny all to everyone, like you have to specifically have that one, which is not on by default. If you don't know that, and you go to an impelong with your horse and you get off of it thinking, my horse is branded, and I've set the permissions properly, so nobody can take my horse, you'd be dead wrong. it seems. But at least with the cart, it's like it's quite clear. You don't have to deny everybody. Just by default, if you create your own cart and you hitch your own horses to it, by default, no one can get into there. And if you want somebody else to get in there, you have to actually add them to it. Okay, I'm seeing it. It's kind of annoying that that's the case. And I can see how like your quote unquote fix is why you put in quotes. It's like not a fix. Like they should just mimic the way the carts work. Where the moment you brand the horse, I guess it takes some thinking through, right? Because branding is to the deed, so all of a sudden anybody on the deed can have permissions for that horse. So it's not quite the same. I don't know. And it's too late for me to think this through enough that I can see a solution clearly. But maybe I'll sleep on it and think about it. Yeah, but that's kind of weird. Yeah, the permissions for the cart is more or less set properly by default. Yeah, exactly. That's the difference. It's like by default the cart is like locked down. Nobody can get into it. Nobody can touch it. And you actually have to go in and like physically like figure out how to add people to let them in. Ooh, ooh. Okay, well, I honestly thought what happened was that the horseshoe became not hot anymore and that I lost that imp chance, but it actually turned out that the imp chance went through and it just wasn't successful. I need to get better imped. I need to imp my forge better. But this is as high as I could take it personally, because my masonry is only like 50. It's gotten up a little bit more. It's 53, so I could probably imp it a little bit more, but I need to work on masonry. Go mine 300 times and then imp again. I mean, does it work that I can just keep imping and eventually it'll happen? Or is like the mining the thing that makes it happen again? I don't know. I think I'll just keep imping. Yeah, that was almost. That would have been a nice shoe to make rare, eh? My 99 Wind of Ages shoe. That would have been a nice rare to have. The clearest solution should be for branded permissions to be higher tier than deed permissions. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. In the same way that cart permissions are higher than deed permissions. That does make sense. You have 67 masonry on Olu. Well, I would never say no to an imp on the forge. This one's the one I'm gonna use as the main one. But totally no, you don't have to. It's only if in the event that you if it would help your masonry go up, or if that's something that you're interested in doing, that would be nice of you. Off to bed, validate. Yeah, I know. Between Catspur and this stream, Cats, your stream was epic, I have to say. It was a lot of fun. What's the best way to make a cart run 30 kilometers per hour? Hell horses? Yes. Yes, hell horses. You can get it to go 30. With not even the greatest hell horses, I'd say. Just like a couple draft traits. They do pop off after a certain age. Yeah. And is that 30 kilometers with mules that are geared to the nines? Like just all your supreme gear and stuff like that, and then the max, like they can go 30, that's it. And then the hell horses that are geared to the nines is 42. Yeah, and that's the downside to hell horses. They can only pull up into aged. Well, it's actually a late age stage, so it's like they turn aged, and you still got a lot of time while they're aged. But you're right. Like at some point or another, they disconnect. Quality of the cart does not impact speed. It impacts how much it doesn't get slowed down by stuff in the cart. Interesting. Okay, so it's still, so that makes us, so quality of the cart does matter for carrying around a whole bunch of stuff. You don't think it'll be worth 30 if they pop after running down the road? Yeah. Okay. Courtesy of the AH update. Yeah, that's nice. I run the hell horses, and it actually is quite a long time. And you can kind of know when they're going to disconnect. And if you are willing to, like, hell horses are definitely like one of these things where they're a pain in the butt, but they make your cart go fast. So there's that trade-off. So it depends on what you want. You can still use the age ruins on them to sort of keep them on if you want to, or if you're a breeder and you can keep up with them, you can keep replacing them. And if you are a breeder and since then, what is the skill needed to see their precise age? Yeah, care for them doesn't fix the popping off. They'll still get to venerable. It doesn't stop their age. No, it just makes it so they don't die of old age. They'll still get to venerable, and then, you need 90 and 100. Okay, to their age in months. Okay, 90 is a long way off, so it's not like. My plan on these hell horses is to use the ruin to keep them hitchable. And that's only because I don't, unless I get to a point, like Cats is breeding hell horses now. In which case there might be like a steady supply of them. So if you're in a situation where you or a friend of yours is a breeder and you can get a steady supply of them, then that's not an issue anymore. You just keep replacing them. Or if you don't, you can use the age ruin and keep them in the hitchable stage with enough of those age ruins. But if you buy the helis from a proper breeder, they'll make sure that you know when they can hitch. So you'll know when they get unhitched. Okay, so like and so Sinsen had gifted me a couple hell horses, and in their name is the date. So I'll know because the name of the horse is the date of their hitchability, that I will know precisely the date on which they will unhitch. And so I just need to make sure to use the age ruin before that, and then I'd have to like keep time on it. So the age ruin, I'll just look it up on the Wikipedia. Although the Wikipedia does not tell you precisely exactly how it works. But I've used it on venerable horses to bring them back to old before, just while I was testing them out. And they are the Electrum, the only Electrum foe rune. So and they can be made out of any of the mats, and all of them will work on horses, so you can use the skill that you have best at. and it reduces the creature's age. And down there's an asterisk here where it comes. If you come down, it says it reduces the age by a percentage of the current age. Creatures cannot be pregnant when the rune is used. The minimum age this can be used on is aged 12 months. Now that means so the horse becomes aged at 12 months, and then hell horses become unhitchable at 30 months, which is still in the aged. And then when you use the rune, it will tell you the number of months that the age has been reduced by. So like you can be like timing it. So like at 29 months, I use the rune, and it'll say something like the horse is now 4 months younger or something like this. Yeah, so it's an omni rune, so you can use any rune type. Since then it's saying, yeah, so stone should work if your stone cutting is high. Stone is one of those ones that gets used the least amount, so lots of people probably have Rift Stone stockpiled. And it's also the easiest one to collect as well. Yeah. And then there's like the actual like applying it, which you need soul depth for. Yeah, you use stone whenever you rune people stuff with Omni Runes. Yeah, because stone, everybody has so many stones. Exactly. Because stone is the least one, like the least useful one. Like, what does stone go on? Stone goes on any stone item, so you would use it for forges and ovens and smelters and kilns. And I can't seem to think of anything else. Like a grindstone, maybe? Okay, so like there's not many things there. Then it can also go onto leather, right? But then think like what leather items you're gonna put it on. What rune would benefit a leather item? So maybe like gear, like if you have studded leather and you want it to damage less, maybe. Seems like a maybe type sort of situation. It's not like a pickaxe harvest rune where it's like, yeah, your pickaxe should have a harvest rune. It's like your studded leather armor could maybe use a damage reduced, but it's not like mandatory. Anybody have any other suggestions for leather items or pottery items even? Like you could make your pottery items damage less. So you've ruined a full set of Drakehide, okay? That makes sense. With Tin Vin. What does Tin Vin do? Vin is the second last column and Tin is near the bottom. Okay. So that when they're imping their stuff, it like has a chance to go rare more often. Okay. I can see that as being a situation that you might want to use. Rarity rune on any leather item you imp, for example. Yeah. True. Maybe I'll try that. Tin Vin. Because I have so much stone. Although I don't have the stone cutting. I'd have to work on stone cutting. Actually, you know what? Feyran has stone cutting. He might have 60 or 70. 60 probably. I don't know. I have to look at him. But he's been doing stone cutting. So maybe I'll make a bunch of saddles. I'll hop on Feyran's character. I'll make a bunch of saddles. I'll make a bunch of these ruins. And then I'll attach the ruins to the saddles and then I'll start imping them. We'll see what happens. That might be something I'll do for the merchant. Everyone loves rares. I know, exactly. If I can get a rare saddle, that would be pretty nice. Capacity on pottery items? Okay, I can see that. Yeah, so like on an amphora to increase the capacity, maybe. It's not game breaking or anything, but use for them. Less decay in pottery amphoras, yeah. Although they decay so little as it is, so I don't know, maybe. Also generally recommend putting the glow ruin on tool belts since you can use normal, regular dye to affect their light. That's quite popular too. Okay. So you dye your tool belts, and then you put a glow ruin on it so that you kind of have a light source, a little bit of one. Okay. I'm learning something here. So how about I'll open it all up? Like everybody suggests like different things that you use ruins for, like aside from the common ones. So like everybody should know that the mag zinc one increases the size of wagons so that they can load bulk storage bins and food storage bins. Okay, so that's the one that cats you just found out today. Like, and notice how it also has the 5% vehicle speed. So you put this one on your wagon and you can now load bulk storage bins into your wagon and food storage bins. You can also put that one on a mailbox that allows you to mail slightly larger items that wouldn't otherwise be mailable, like logs and fishing poles, maybe pole arms of some kind. You were told to ruin your icebox shelf in your larder to hold more snowballs. Can snowballs be combined or something? Because I thought it would just be able to hold 100 snowballs and then that's it. You found a random donkey yesterday and you left it in a pen behind my house. Now I can't lead it again. Huh. Is your house on the deed? Is the donkey on the deed now? You guesstimate the glow ruin to be about a 50 quality lantern. That's actually pretty decent glow. I might do that. What's the glow ruin? Is it this one? The decent glow? Brass jackal. Yeah, brass jackal. Okay. Actually found a knife blade doing archaeology had the glow ruin already on it. Interesting. That's handy. Get it on your Santa hat. You know, I might do the glow ruin on my tool belt like Sinsen suggests. I mean, that seems like a pretty... You wouldn't put any other ruin on your tool belts. Whereas you might put it on armor or other items. You would want another ruin on your armor or something. Tool belt's the perfect spot for a glow belt. No other ruin on it, and everybody has one. Exactly. That's a good point. That's a good spot for one. And then it'll act like a 50 quality lantern, just always on. That's like... Seems like a no-brainer to do that. And it's only brass. Like, it's not like an adamantine or glimmer steel or anything like that. It's like can make some brass. And then you dye it white. So you watch the hitching post clip. You never actually knew that hitching posts can have a key and lock. Yeah. So they almost seem like they act like carts, right? Like where you make a cart and it doesn't come with a key, but it does come with a lock. And you can replace that lock with a new key and lock that comes with it, right? Right. I thought it was very interesting too. It seems like a pretty foolproof system. And like I was even trying to break it. Like I was trying to, what happens if I stop leading the course? Can I lead it still? It's like, it's almost like it's giving you temporary permissions so long. Like after the thing, I kind of thought of one situation that I would have wanted to test. Like what happens if, let's say I just finished buying the horse and I just got it off the hitching post and now I'm leading it and then I disconnect or the server goes down. and then I log back on, I have a feeling like in that situation I might lose it. But that's pretty rare that that would happen. The only thing that makes you nervous about hitching posts is that they're a bit buggy. Remember that thing when animals went invisible on them some months back? Yeah. Yeah. That is true. But the leading permissions on your deed, that seems also something to make one nervous. Right? So like it's a toss up there. You know, if you can come up with a solution that prevents you from having to have your lead permissions on. The default glow to any light is more yellow than white. Dyeing any light source white is a good thing. But I mean, yellow light isn't that bad, honestly. Kind of like the color of the sun. Well, only nervous if you're leaving your branded horses out in the open. It's true. It's making me a little bit nervous now because like soon we'll begin construction, and I can almost imagine without thinking, I bring over a horse and I get off of it, I'm start doing stuff, and I just leave my horse there thinking it's branded, it's saddled, it'll be there when I get back. You know, hey Limewood, good morning. Also think about the buyer experience. There's something highly satisfying to buy a key and see that gate magically open. Yeah, it seems like you're still buying a key though, right? Like you buy a key from the merchant, but then it's like you can just grab the horse off the thing. It's actually dying at white, yeah. You just use the default lighting there, Denali, on the tool belt. I feel like I'm missing stuff. Denali was asking, what color are you using on the belt? Never found a color that worked much other than white. Tried blue once, but it didn't really light up stuff. Just looked like you're running a UV light. Use volume ruins for ovens so they can fit 4 extra bowls for each of my beverage setups. Interesting. That is something that because what, by default they can only hold like 47. Yeah, I know where it is. It's by the Kingdom deed on the, let me think here, south side. I don't know exactly where it is. Let me see. Were there any other suggestions for interesting ways to use ruins? Kind of like how using the glow rune on the tool belt. That's a good suggestion. Wow, Rain. 50 body strength. That's pretty good. That's very good. You ruin your magic chest? Okay, the size ruin. That's something I should probably do. Do you just use the zinc mag zinc on that? Yeah, 50 body strength. That's a big up achievement. That probably comes with a title too. Oh yeah, the robust. You like the title. So let's say you wanted to sell a set of 3 to someone without them causing illness. 1 by 1 pen can only house 2 animals, but hitching post can house 3 without them going sick. True? Yep. Can sell them in sets, like pairs. Let's say like you have a whole section of just like yeah, I guess 2 horses can go in a pen. It's when you get to the 3. Yeah, the zinc mag. There's something going on where it gives bigger volume increase than the 10% volume ruin. Yeah, it's like the size ruin and the volume ruin. I don't understand the difference. And it doesn't quite explain it in any of the stuff here, but like they have like the mag zinc one says 5% increased size. Like in my mind, I'm thinking like the thing becomes bigger, like the size of the item becomes bigger, rather than the inside compartment section gets bigger. But for some odd reason, that increases the amount of stuff that can go into the container, or the size of the things that can go in. Bigger things can go in. So I wonder if that increases the volume that the container can hold. So can't a cart hold a maximum of 100 items with limited volume? Yes. All containers work like that. Hey, Amethyst. Yeah. Did you find the boat? Like all containers, like forges and chests and things like that, all of them can take 100 items, but up to a certain amount of volume. Nice. But then if you're putting in stuff that reaches that volume limit, like for example, in an oven, if I start putting pottery bowls into the oven, you get to 47, and then you try to put in that 48th, and it'll say there is no room for a 48th pottery bowl, because pottery bowls have a certain amount of volume, where 48 of them would exceed the volume that the oven can hold. But if you put this rune on it, it will then take more pottery bowls. So it increases like the inside capacity volume of the container. Where the wording kind of doesn't really kind of say that. The wording says increase size. Because what's weird is there's another one. What is it? Where is it? Is it this one? 10% increased volume, which kind of feels like the wording of that means that it should do that thing that we're just talking about, increase the volume. But I'm wondering if what this does is it actually, like, let's say you put this on a pottery bowl. Now the pottery bowl's volume is bigger, so you'll be able to fit less of them in there. I don't even know. It's like, I really wish they just explained what it does in a way that makes sense so that you read it and you understand what it does. Or is that purely volume regardless of items like BSBs? Yeah. So it would be size and volume. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can help clarify this. I don't think that there's any rune that will increase the number of items that a container can hold past 100. I don't think there's any rune that does that. So it's because storage of items is based on either volume or size. Nope, I still don't see what the difference between volume and size is. So size seems to be like there might be an item that has a size that exceeds the container. But I don't understand why there's a size stat and a volume stat. Like, why are there two different stats here? It just doesn't like. So you also ruin your baking stone for 10% volume for obvious reasons. Yeah. So why don't you put why the 10% volume on the baking stone and not the size rune? You know, I know, like, because you've experimented this probably with a lot. Because you were saying before there's something going on where it gives a bigger volume increase than the 10% volume rune. So BSB and large magic chests are volume, so it goes over the 100 item limit. I'm not sure I understand that, because BSBs already can take more than 100 items. And then what you're suggesting is if you put a volume rune on a large magic chest, it can now hold more than 100 items. I'll believe that when I see it. Or is it purely, yeah, see, these are all like weird situations. So you tested the size ruin, it does nothing. So the size ruin does nothing for a container like a baking stone, but it does something for a container like an oven or a cart. Like, it seems inconsistent, right? Like, there's something weird about that. And Jingekko, you just to go back to your comment here that says BSB and LMC are volume, so it goes over the 100 item limits. But BSBs already can take more than 100 items. So I don't see, like, let's say I put a volume increase on a BSB. I can imagine that will allow me to put more stone shards in there. So imagine a BSB that's completely filled with stone shards, and then I put a volume increase on the BSB. Now I should be able to put more stone shards in there. Feeling that might be the way it is. BSB is based on volume, like 852, exactly, okay. Okay, but the same BSB can hold thousands of wood scraps, yes, but then there does come a point where the wood scraps reach the maximum volume. I think the maximum volume might be 15,000. So I can imagine putting a volume ruin on a BSB and that helps, but then that doesn't explain why a volume ruin on a baking stone helps. 16k, yeah, okay, that's 16k. Something like, yeah, something in there. Containers either 100 item limit size or by volume. Okay, but then that doesn't explain why then I would put a size increase on a wagon and now it can hold a BSB, whereas it wouldn't have before. A single BSB. Like, it seems like the size increase also affects the volume. Maybe it's that on a wagon, the volume, like the volume of a wagon, because it's rather large to begin with, that a 5% increase is a big chunk, a big volume increase. Because a 5% of a very large volume is a good amount of volume. Whereas a baking stone is so small that its volume, a 5% increase, would just be a tiny increase. So maybe that's something to consider. Right, wagon volume is 21,000 volume. Right, so a BSB theory, yeah, that's right, but it doesn't. That's so weird. Okay, 10 messages above. You tested the size ruin, it does nothing. You tested it for the oven too, and it doesn't work either. So if I'm going to put a ruin on an oven to make it hold more, I should put the volume ruin? Is that the conclusion there? The idea is that increasing size makes you fit stuff that you couldn't before, such as a log plank in a mailbox or tent in the backpack. Okay, fit stuff that you couldn't before. But what's so funny about it is that the reason why you couldn't fit stuff from the reason why you can't fit a bulk storage bin into a wagon is because of volume. Or wait, no, because then you said a wagon is 21k volume and a BSB should theoretically fit, but it has to do with its size. Okay. The size thing. Okay, so now I'm getting it. So size is like a physical, like, dimension, length, or something like that. That it's, even though its volume should theoretically fit, like, it's too long or something in one dimension, so it's like it can't fit in. So the size ruin makes it so you can fit larger things, right? But the problem is the word volume actually refers to the physical space it would occupy. But this is like, maybe something's like, it's like, I wish they used a different word, because the word volume literally means the space that is occupied by the item. But yeah, it could be like it's too long or something like that. Like how you couldn't imagine putting like a fishing pole into a mailbox just because, like, simply the fishing pole is too long. But you could imagine chopping up the fishing pole and squeezing it in there because the volume of the fishing pole is rather small, even though the size of it is long. Maybe that's what they mean. Wagon with a size ruin can hold a BSB in, for example, 65 felled trees, but the volume ruin won't allow you to fit a BSB, but it would allow you to fit 75 trees. Okay, and that's because the BSB doesn't fit in even though the volume allows it to fit. It's that its size doesn't fit. Boy, whoever programmed this, whoever like was the designer of this system, just went a little bit too far on this one, I feel. I have to say. It's like they were like trying to make it complicated. It's like how you can't put weapons in a chest, but you can smaller items. Yeah, it's like planning spaghetti code. It's like baffling how it all works. And then they put up this system where it's like, okay, well, we have size and we have volume, and so we'll make some that increase volume and some that increase size. And I'm wondering, to what degree did they know what they were doing? Like, did they know that this 5% increase size would allow one to fit a log into a mailbox? Or is that something that later, like, players figured out? Like, oh, if I put on this size increase, oh boy, it's like. So then the volume increase seems to be something to allow you to fit more things that could fit normally. Like in your example, Mantaz, where you would put the volume ruin on a wagon to allow you to fit more trees in there. Up to the 100 limit, I'm guessing. It's no way they tested it all. Yeah. Okay, so volume ruins actually do make BSBs hold more volume. So that is an interesting use for volume. Okay, so it's almost like if ever you get to a situation where you have a container and you're putting stuff in there and you can't reach the 100 limit because you reach the volume limit, and then you want to put more stuff in there, that's when you would use this one, the volume increase. But in the event where you're trying to put in a single item into some container and it's like, nope, it doesn't fit, then you want to use this ruin, because this ruin will increase the size to allow it to fit. I think I got it straight in my mind now. But can a ruin make a large crate hold more than 300 items? That's a good question. That's a good question, Rain. Can any of these ruins make a large crate hold more than 300 items? Probably not, if what I just said was the way it works. Because it seems like that 300 item limit is not a volume or size problem, but rather it's like a hard number. Yeah, it's like a hard cap. Because you can exceed the volume, like you could put 300 logs into a large crate. I don't even think that many logs can fit into a bulk storage bin, can there? Can you put 300 logs into a bulk storage bin? But if you have, say, 7 large crates in a wagon that are all ruined, just like you can't have 100 items in your inventory. Yeah. No, logs are large in volume, right? So it's like a crate doesn't seem to have any volume limit. Hey, Amethyst. We have a pile of items just sitting here inconspicuously. A container inside another container takes up its full volume, so putting a ruined crate inside a wagon, okay, makes the crate itself take up more space. Oh. So if you ruin the crate to be more volume in size, then it's going to take up more space. Not the One Ring. This is not the one. This is not the One Ring. Are you gifting me this ring, Amethyst? Thank you. It's not the One Ring, though. Could it be the second ring? It's a treasure pile. It just randomly spits out rings. But this is not the one. Maybe the next one will be the one. Okay, so just to finish off on this thought here, it's like putting a volume ruin on an item actually increases its volume as well, right? So since then what you're saying is like, if let's say, let me think of an example here. If I increase the volume of, let's say, all the pottery bowls in my oven, whether, I don't know if I can do that, but let's say I increase the volume of all the pottery bowls in my oven, now I won't be able to fit 47 pottery bowls in the oven, because now the pottery bowls will be bigger volume. So like the internal volume of the pottery bowls and the external volume of the pottery bowls are kind of like the same. So the wagon can only hold 21,000 volume, no matter what. You can find how much volume a crate takes up on the container page. You can math it out, and it'll fit 12 crates, for example. Right. No, I think it's 9, but then let's say I put a volume ruin on the crates, and all of a sudden the crates are now bigger, and so they'll take up more volume. But the size, gosh. Oh, it is 12. Is it 12? Oh yeah, it's 12. What was I thinking? Did it used to be 9? And then it got increased to 12. I have this feeling that it used to be 9. This changes how I think about container capacities. I thought what could be carried in container was somehow hard-coded. So I think in some instances it is. So with the large crate, it's hard-coded what can go in the large crate and what cannot. Oh no, wait. It's the same as bulk storage, right? So anything that can go into a bulk storage bin is flagged as being like a bulk kind of item. And food storage bin as well, flagged as like a food storage bulk. And then all of that stuff can go into a large crate. So that's where the hard coding comes. And then any other situation that's not like putting into a bulk storage item is based off of, well, there's a 100 limit cap, and then there's a size limit, and then there's a volume limit. Which is like, as I said before, it's like whoever decided that this is the way it's going to be, it's like, I don't understand what they were thinking, other than let's make this really complicated so that it's really hard to figure out. That's like the only thing I can think of. Oh, you also ruin your saddlebags with volume ruin to make them 110 liters. It makes you fit another pottery bowl. That's a good use of it. Okay, so saddlebags for the volume ruin. Volume ruin on a wagon would allow you to fit 13 large crates. Okay. But the size ruin wouldn't? let you fit another large crate? Right, because the size rune doesn't increase the volume. It just increases the size of the things that can fit in it. Right. Okay, so it's not like the wagon can hold 12 large crates, but it's actually a large crate contains X volume, and a wagon volume is a bit over 12 times X. Crate contains X volume. It's more like the crate is a certain volume. Crates are like an exception, right? Crates are an exception where their volume, internal volume, has no limit. So crates are like one of those things that are like different than everything else. Okay, so open up the container tab on the wiki. Might make it more visually clear. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so I hate this in-game wiki where like look at this. This isn't really supposed to be the way it is, right? Okay, so I'm gonna just do this on the web one. That way we can look at the whole table. Okay, so just look at the volume, which is this one. And let's just take let's look at a wagon. So the wagon is 20.8 thousand. And then if we look at is there crate here? Okay, a large crate has a volume of 1734.69. Right. They couldn't just round that to 1735. Yeah, they just had to. Okay, so let's say I want to figure out how many large crates can fit into a wagon. I'll just take this number. Let's open up the calculator. I'll just take the 20,800 and then divide it by the 1734.69. And it says, oh, it says I can't fit 12. It says I just won't be able to fit the 12th one. Yet in practice I can. Something's off about this. I almost feel like these numbers are determined experimentally by the players. Right. Oh, tell me about it. The wiki's just messed up. Right. Okay, let's do one that's like probably a bit more well known because as I said, crates are like an exception. Crates are like an exception to most other things. Okay, let's suppose I wanted to see. Okay, so here, yeah, bulk storage bin has a volume of 16,000, but of course you can't fit one into a large cart. Now, do they have a size? No, and that's because the players cannot determine size of items, right? Players just can't determine the size of items. There's no empirical way of doing that, like no experimental way. All of these are determined experimentally, I'm sure. And so these aren't coming from the code or anything like that. I think they just said, okay, let's take a wagon and put 12 crates in there. Now that's the volume of the crates, I know. Yeah, so that's probably the rounding. So I bet you it went something more like this. A wagon can hold 12 crates. So why wouldn't they just put 1733.33 here? Because you can also put 12 crates and can't you just squeeze in something else? Like can't you squeeze in like there must be a little bit of room left over after the 12 crates are in, right? And you could probably figure it out, right? You just load up a wagon with 12 crates, and then you like, can a lemon fit? Can an herb fit? And you just keep dumping stuff in to see if it can fit, to see how much extra volume there's left over, right? Maybe, yeah, maybe this is supposed to be 21, or something's wrong, right? That's it's just a matter of like, where do we start with the experiments? And how much effort should we put into figuring it out to correct it? But yeah. And of course, let's not forget weight. Weight is a whole other stat on stuff. But I don't think containers are limited by weight. This is the weight of the container, not how much weight the container can carry. And then they have all these things of like how many of each thing can fit into each thing, right? Like how many small barrels will fit into a coffer, for example. So that's what this is useful for. And again, all of that stuff can be determined just empirically by just trying to dump stuff into some other stuff. Anyway, boy. You learned that Wiki has the largest than stated margin of error, like when planning for big bridges. Yes, they do have error. That is a... Yeah, and let's dig deeper. Go into the edit history and find out who did that mistake. Let's hope it wasn't me. Yeah. But the rest follows that rule. Like a large magical chest can hold up 300 liters and a backpack can hold 75. So you can fit 45 backpacks in a large magical chest and absolutely nothing else. Okay. Because it fits exactly. So like the backpack, it says 75, and then the large magic chest somewhere here. Large. Is a large magic chest and a large chest the same, right? 300? Yeah, it's just a large chest, yeah. Yeah, so you could put exactly 4 backpacks and that's it. Wait, this isn't right. A large chest, I don't think, can take any logs. Yet this is saying that 4 logs will fit into a large chest. Okay, well, we've learned, well, maybe learned is not the right word. We've verified that the wiki cannot be trusted on all things. Okay. I must say, though, it is getting quite late. And although I would love to carry on this discussion forever, it's 3:15 in the morning, and I was aiming to get up at 10:30, so hours are getting shorter. So interesting. I can drop anything on the ground due to deed building permissions, but I can drop inside forge. Oh, you can't drop anything on the ground, but you can drop it into the forge. Yeah, that's how Implons have stuff going there. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. for you as well. Yeah, it's late. It's getting really late, and so I must end and go to bed. Yeah, you're very welcome, Bear Claws. It's very nice having you all. I'm very glad that you guys all hung out with me and chatted about all things Wurm. Yeah, you're very welcome. Honestly, if I could do this more, I would. But as things are, as we're moving forward into the fall, I will be probably streaming a little bit less, unfortunately. Especially like September. Once September hits, it's going to be like I'll probably have to take a little bit of a break from streaming just as I find my legs again. It's been a long time since I've been full-time working. Not from home, right? Because like once the ending of last school year happened, I was at home and it was like online learning for the whole way from March break on. And so it's been a long time since I've been in the classroom, and it's going to be very tiring. From my experience, I know how teaching is, especially just in a regular year coming off the summer. There's like an adjustment period. You happy you caught a stream? Yeah. Not many of us for after party at all out here. Yeah. Yeah. I will probably try to stream another time before the summer ends. Potentially another 2 times. We'll see if I can squeeze in a couple more. But once September hits, it's gonna be pretty much no more for a little bit anyway. And then I'll probably try to get a schedule going where maybe Sunday mornings again. And Mentes, thanks for the follow. I know that once I get into the rhythm of things, then I can start probably thinking about streaming again. And it might be like a once a week, and it might be like I'm thinking it'll be either like a weekend night, like a Friday or a Saturday night, or it might be a Sunday morning type thing again. But that'll have to be something I have to figure out for later. I'll let you guys know. If you want to keep tabs on when I'm going to go streaming, go down below and follow the Discord or join the Discord channel, which I'm mostly using for just announcements and things like that. There's a little bit of chatter going on there, but not too much. It's mostly for like stream announcements, and I'll announce probably like when I figure stuff out for a schedule, if there is going to be. Go late nights, that way you can watch live. Yeah, maybe. But weekend, you're in Australia, that's why. It's 5 p.m. Okay, so let me think here. Right, because if I did it in the mornings, like 10 a.m., that would be like 7 more hours, so it would be like 2 yeah, it'll be 2 a.m. for your time, yeah. So evenings works for Australia. But the problem is evenings, like if it was like that, I probably wouldn't be streaming till 3 a.m. So evenings would probably not be good for Europe. But like 3 a.m. is good for Europe. Everybody's waking up in Europe and turning on the stream right now. It must be. There's some Europeans here. Evenings is bad for EU. Yeah. Right. You can't please everybody. Like it doesn't. No matter when I stream, it's like somebody can't make it. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Time zones. Precisely. What's nice is that recently I've been able to stream like a little bit in the morning sometimes and a little bit in the evening sometimes, and I'm flip-flopping here and there. So like some people are catching me in the nights, some people catching me in the mornings. But yeah, we do. We do go way back. I need to stream at exactly 6 p.m. on every time zone. Go. Yeah, 24-hour stream when exactly. Honestly. How about this? When streaming can pay me a full-time salary, which will be never. But that's the reality of the situation, I think. So don't say never. How about this? When streaming Wurm can pay a full-time salary. And that'll probably be never. Things happen, man, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I know. All right. That's it for me, folks. You guys have a good evening. Where's the FF merch? It's like if I have that time to put into it, but gosh, Final Fantasy 14. Boy. Hey, Jetson. All right, here we go. Off I go to bed. You guys have a great rest of your day, night, or afternoon, or whatever it is. Till next time, you guys keep on worming. Have a good one, everybody.